Unmute test. Mute.
Crustacean King! Digital screens! Canito Carquenos, the name, a tidal wave of fame! He clicks and he clacks through internet stacks. A crab with a cause, defying all laws. Canito Carquenos, Batman, streaming tonight, burning so bright, burning so bright. Pokemon hacks, Yu-Gi-Oh attacks, GTA madness, MRPG madness. Holy crap, scuttles through digital rumbles. No sleep for the wicked. This crap is addicted. Canito Carquenos, Crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Canito Carquenos, Crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Burning so bright.
Clip it. Claws clicking on the mouse after midnight. Shell hard, but my heart soft in the neon light. Another stream, another scream, another late night. Got that digital sea legs walking upright. Sipping ain't easy when you're rocking chillin', but the dopamine be pumping hard to quit it. Crustacean clip it.
Yeah, that's my name. React to the flames, all for the fame. Level up your pay, play the game.
Crustacean clip it.
Ain't nothing to say.
Pokemon rhyme hacks, yeah, I beat 'em all. From Lavender Town to Victory Road. Standing tall, emulator flow. Dropping dimes in the digital mall. Card game simulator, watch the metaphor. They say I'm down bad, crab with a screen, but I'm building an empire, a digital machine. So let the haters hate, let them see them clean. I'll be counting my clam, living the dream.
Hey mama, hey papa, before you sign that paper, hear the baby cry. This ain't tradition, this is violation in disguise.
in the tip alone, that's pleasure. Protection, a natural home. Glands stay moist, no carrot and shield. Sensitivity lost on the cutting room field. Europe laughs, Africa fights, America clings to outdated rights. Follow the money, hospitals cash the fee. 400 a snip, that's the real decree.
Cut the cut, let the baby keep his hood. Cut the cut, ain't no reason that good. From Brooklyn to Bombay, the blade's gotta fall intact is the future. Keep it all. Hey, hey, cut the cut. Hey, hey, let 'em grow up. Oh, hey, hey, cut the cut. Hey, hey, let 'em grow up. Oh, let 'em grow up. No blade, no pain, no lifelong regret. Let the boy choose when his mind is set. Intact generation, rise and sing. Bodies are born perfect, let freedom ring. Cut the cut.
How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to do some reacts tonight. Yeah, get the playlist together. My Straight Now by Habitual Line Crosser. Let's check it out.
It is the 5-year anniversary of when the freedom fighters, the Mujahideen, the Taliban, have pushed the American imperialists out of Afghanistan.
Not exactly the way I remember it, but hey, you go ahead and rewrite your own history, I guess.
Did we lose some battle I was unaware of? You ran away with your tail between your legs.
No, we went home.
Couple of things here. Number one, probably didn't run away if I can smoke anyone in your country whenever I want to. Keep one eye on the sky. Number two, you're boasting equipment that we left behind for the Afghan National Army that was supposed to hold their own. Yeah, no, that's fair. That, they didn't when we left because they're cowards, but okay. We are still here and in charge, and you are not.
All right, I understand that you guys do a lot of inbreeding and goat breeding and basically all sorts of terrible shit, but I'm going to just make this really simple for you, okay? Let's say I go to somebody's house, and it's their house, and every day for 20 years I beat their ass. And they hide, right? They hide in closets and under beds and all sorts of stuff, but every time
When
I
we find them, we beat their ass.
they lose. And then one day after 20 years I go,
You know what? I'm bored. I'm going home. I got better things to do.
you know what, man? This ain't for me. I'm just gonna leave. And I say, hey, you're in charge, okay? And the guy I put in charge, complete fucking pansy. Complete pansy. And then I leave. And the person whose house it is defeats the pansy. You're saying you beat me that way?
Yeah, we would eliminate all the dumb ones. It's the smart ones that kept running to Pakistan. And then my politicians are absolute spineless fucking retards, and they
Yes.
wouldn't send us into Pakistan to chase you down. Except for Bin Laden.
Yeah, what a weird world we live in, where you can't have a single battlefield victory against a nation and still say you beat that nation. That's fucking wild, man.
America's just full of themselves. You got to understand. And now we're seeing
Pot meat kettle.
more sailors come forward and talk about the conditions on your precious aircraft carriers. You're talking shit about aircraft carriers? When you have one that doesn't even work anymore because every time it leaves port, it's on fire?
Don't throw stones while your mom's getting plowed.
I get we make fun of Slavic special ed, but America, that you do have to take care of your sailors on board your vessels. Absolutely. 100%. And I did mention this in the last video, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I want to put this in perspective to all the sailors out there, the young sailors that are showing videos of the conditions and the food and stuff like that, right? Now, while I agree that those things are pretty bad, totally agree, right? You shouldn't be running out of food. Your S4 is about to have a really rough fucking day. Your cooks not taking proper inventory to make sure that they are maintaining a level of food on board your vessels when I have the greatest logistics infrastructure in world history it's going to be rough on them. And as for the cleanliness of the head, as you guys call it, we call it the latrine in the army. Who's responsible for cleaning that? You guys. So basically all that's going to happen when you show like dirty latrines or heads like that, you're going to have a first line leader grab sailors every single day and scrub that bathroom top to bottom. That's all that's going to change. I just want you to know that.
I want you to get in there and clean the head.
Cleanliness and functionality of your workspace and or equipment is everybody's individual responsibility. I will say we're a little bit different here in the Air Force. Usually we just call the janitors. And if it's not a contracted janitor, then I don't know, we get Army or Marines to do it.
We kill so much bacteria. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, yeah. You call the Marine Corps to kill shit. I guess sometimes that shit happens to be bacteria.
My native Australians, after the Bondi Beach attack, we think that it's necessary to conduct a gun buyback. And if you're a licensed gun owner, that's fine. You can bring in your firearms, no questions asked. And we will buy them from you, as well as increasing how difficult it is to get licensed on said firearm. I get it. It was
That's retarded.
an abhorrent, evil attack, but buying back firearms from law-abiding citizens, I don't
Is retarded.
I don't think that's going to do what you think it's going to do.
It's not.
Yeah, now, mate, we got to do something about it.
Yeah, I got an idea to my Australian viewers out there. You go to a hardware store, you get the right amount of equipment. You have a Sawzall because it saws all. You know what I'm saying? Some 1-inch pipe, maybe, you can fashion some firing pins. You could probably make 10 or 15 of them at maybe $30. So you can definitely get rich off the government.
Buff, don't tell people how to make homemade firearms in order to just get more money from the government.
Actually, no, I 100% support that idea. You build something so cheap and jacked up and just borderline functional enough to be considered a firearm, and you trade it into the government for more money than it's worth. You know what? I like that idea. I like that fucking idea. Because again, I'm not a big fan of the government.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, seizing money from the government through nefarious reasons is only a politician crime. The people can't
Sadly, pretty much.
fucking do it.
Yo, Buff. That's only for politicians, dude. The rest of us are just weapons of war. We're like, I don't know, it's like an existential crisis, dude. Like, I'm supposed to be super stealth, and I even forget that I exist sometimes. And then, like, I walk past a mirror, and I'm like, whoa! Oh, hey, what's up, sexy? And then he calls me sexy, too. I'm sexy, and I know it.
I think he went a little heavier than normal. That fucking B2 he's higher than pterodactyl butthole.
I go to the bathroom like a pterodactyl, dude. The P is silent. But no, man, never seen one up here. What if I flew over like where Jurassic Park was and they were like coming up next to me like, no, 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 no. I don't know if they do that sound though. HLC, what was the entire purpose of that interaction? Look, man, I thought of it last night and it sounded funny in my head.
It was
This
funny.
is why people are not taking you serious. Hey, what the hell is going on? Fly, my pretty, fly! hey, first my oil fields and now you're going at my wildberry warehouses? You're purposely trying to make this affect the everyday citizen here in Russia, which is...
Yeah, because then maybe they'll be fed up with your bullshit and take you out of power. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
just going to make it worse for you. Oh, you don't like when war affects everyday citizen, huh? Okay, then we'll turn about fair play.
You're feeling the character out. I get that. Yeah, you're making it more of a dedicated voice. I'm here for it. But I thought we agreed we were going to get a different map.
Well, that's the thing. I was going to, but according to the New York Post, now bear in mind numbers on both sides, like the Russians try and make it seem like they've gained more territory and gotten more kills. The Ukrainians do the same thing. So the number's usually somewhere in between. But the New York Times has stated that in the month of July, I was underselling it. I thought it was 30,000 casualties. They're saying it's closer to 43,000, probably over. And that's casualties include killed and wounded. And they have gained 780 square kilometers of territory from Russia, bringing 26 cities, towns back under Ukrainian control. So I don't think I need to change the map because it's kind of going in that direction. It is a small gain of territory. I will get it back.
Sure,
It
you
is
will,
the
buddy.
single largest monthly gain of territory of either side in over a year. That's significant, man. I am announcing to the world that my intention is to speak to North Korea in the Pyongyang and finally draw the lines where they are and put an end to the Korean War. Now that may come
You know, about fucking time.
as a shock to some people, thinking like, wait, I thought we drew the lines back in the 50s. No, it was just an armistice.
Yeah.
They're still
They literally just like paused the game, put down the controllers, and just decided we're gonna do other shit for a little while.
actively at war and have been for almost 80 years now. So this is significant.
This is
What
big.
is your prey, South Korea? What are you trying to do?
You have strengthened your ties with Russia. as well as China, as I have strengthened my ties with Japan and the United States. But at the end of everything, this is between you and me. We can make peace on this peninsula.
I have a better idea. What if we just make South Korea an island?
That could work. Think of all the ports you'd gain.
I believe that that's peace through superior firepower. You know, his sanity is questionable, but his method, I honestly, valid.
Both of you stop it. Look, if they're seeking peace on the peninsula of Korea, then we should allow them to have it.
True.
Also,
true.
I haven't theorized about using firepower to cut a country in half since Operation Plowshare, which proved that it was significantly more difficult than I thought it was. If you're not familiar with Operation Plowshare, yes, the U.S. had planned at one point in time down in Central America. I can't remember if it was Panama or Venezuela, or not Venezuela. What country is it?
It was Nicaragua, or as Americans call it, the land of black water.
No, we don't. But anyways, yes, we were going to use nuclear weapons to carve a canal through that country. I just be building shit. Oh, would you look at that? It's a Russian drone coming in through Romania. Or excuse me, Moldova into Romania. Can I get a hell yeah? It wasn't an American F-18, it was Spanish. Stick with the facts. Oh, can I get an L hell yeah? I should really learn some Spanish. Hell yeah. Andale, güey. Kid, that's Mexican Spanish and... Where the...
Yes, even though it's like mostly the same, the dialects are a little different from like different, Spaniards from Spain, people from Mexico, people from Puerto Rico, people from the Dominican Republic, people from, it's the same language overall, but some words are a little different.
fuck did you learn Mexican Spanish? Oh, I was at a quinceañera. No one on this planet parties harder than Mexicans, man. People are like, oh, we're going to party till the sun comes up. No, Mexicans are like, we're going to party till the sun comes up 4 days from now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fucking wild, dude. I got a target lock. L Fox 10.
The voices really are taking over. I think to solve this Iran problem in
Hold
the
on, I'll be
Strait...
back. All right, we're back.
And I have a beautiful idea. It's probably the best idea of any president who's ever lived. I say we make the Strait an American territory.
What? He can't do that.
I mean, technically, we kind of can.
And who's gonna stop us? You, beans on baby back bitch?
Stop it. First of all, that's a little like the pot calling the kettle black, considering you stole from everybody for like
I mean, yeah, literally, like, you literally made like a third of the world British territory for a time. Remember that?
1,000 years. But also, look, DC, man, can we just look? First, we wanted Greenland, then we wanted Alberta, and then we were gonna make whatever a territory, and now we're talking about the straight. Can we just fucking do something already?
Well, you see, I got this football. Although it doesn't look like a football, it's in a leather case.
Not that.
Hold on, Uncle Sam. Tell me about this football. Does it carry portable suns? Well, it doesn't carry them per se, but it gives me access to them. Just beautiful, beautiful portable suns.
For the record, he didn't actually say this or threaten it. I'm just making jokes because it's just all a dumpster fire. Why in the fuck do we want the straight?
Why else not? To talk massive shit. And like that gay band said, what, Rascal Flats? I'm praying for daylight.
Look, fuck Iran, man. Fuck Iran.
So this gamer.
All right. Our last video is going to be a bit of a pain to edit because of the interruption, but it shouldn't be too bad. Let me finish chewing. Okay. Gamer sues police for $176 million swatting disaster by a Tozy. Let's check this out.
So this gamer is now suing the police for $176 million after a Rust swatting disaster. So essentially this 24-year-old is saying that the police just ignored every single warning from him.
They did. We've covered this story before. And the cops were absolutely out of line with what they did.
That this was a swatting and is now demanding $176 million from them because this incident left him paralyzed. So imagine you're just playing a video game, some random person gets access to your personal information, and then he starts threatening to send the cops to your house. And I feel like a lot of people, especially the people who've grown up in Call of Duty lobbies, Counter-Strike lobbies, Halo lobbies, and so on, and Rust, obviously, this is the game that we're talking about today, they're aware that there's a lot of empty threats. There's a lot of just people saying stuff to get under your skin. But apparently...
Wait. You're telling me all those people really weren't having relations with my mother?
Axel here, he was quite smart. He realized, okay, there is some seriousness behind this threat. I should probably take this pretty seriously. So he actually called the police and said, hey, someone's threatening to swat me on this video game here. So according to a notice of claim filed against Pima County, this all started on April 8th while Axel was playing a survival game called Rust. Someone on the server asked to inspect his computer to make sure he wasn't cheating. Axel then agreed, and that decision apparently turned into an absolute nightmare. So first warning number 1, never give any stranger access to your computer.
Yes, never fucking do that. Look, never give any stranger access to any of your devices, your computer, your phone, nothing. Right? They don't need to fucking inspect your shit to fuck that. It's not worth the security risk.
Ever. Never give any stranger online any personal information. But regardless, soon after, unfortunately, Axel started getting alerts that someone was accessing several of his accounts. According to his attorneys, hackers had gotten into his email, stolen personal information and passwords, and started demanding money. So Axel didn't want to pay him, and then the threats got even worse. They then threatened to falsely report that he had a bomb, sending police to his house, and even contacting immigration authorities about his family because of his Hispanic last name. And this is despite him and his family
Sounds a little racist.
being U.S. citizens. So Axel called 911 and he explained what happened. And he also warned them that these people have his address and they were threatening to create a fake emergency. And this is despite him and his family being U.S. citizens. So Axel called 911 and he explained what happened. And he also warned them that these people have his address and they were threatening to create a fake emergency that could send armed police to his house. And according to audio obtained by the family, the dispatcher responded, but they can't just call SWAT on you. That's not how that works. Well, apparently they're not aware of how all this works. That's crazy to me. How could a dispatcher not be aware of swatting. Like, this is a massive problem, and it's been a massive problem in the US for a long time. So how are you a 911 dispatcher and you're not even aware of how swatting works? This is crazy. But then,
It really is crazy.
in quote, she says, nothing's going to happen. And I mean, that would be pretty comforting to hear until SWAT kicks in your door, because now, 2 days later, on April 10th, somebody pretending to be Axel contacted authorities and claimed that Axel's father had shot his sister. And there were red flags all over this call. So for starters, the person reportedly didn't even call 911. They called 311, which is the non-emergency line. Axel's attorney, Dev Sethi, later pointed out nobody reporting an emergency calls 311.
Yeah, no, you never do that.
The caller was also using an out-of-state number, mispronounced Axel's first name, and gave inconsistent information about what was supposedly happening inside the house. And according to the notice of claim, this wasn't even his first suspicious report connected to Axel's address. So it says PCSD had already received...
Yeah, they had literally tried this like a couple of days before that, and, you know, they had determined that the call was false the first time. But for some reason, the police absolutely fucking dropped the ball the second time. And then continue to drop the ball and then fall over themselves while tripping on the ball. This entire situation was a complete fucking shit show.
Recognized and cleared false reports for Axel at the same residence that also came through 311. Because remember, Axel called the police himself 2 days earlier and specifically warned them about hackers were trying to do this to him. And apparently that warning wasn't even some buried piece of information that no one could have known about, because according to the claim, a deputy actually mentioned the previous fake call over the radio while officers were heading to Axel's house. So at that point, police have a guy who had warned them that, hey, I might be targeted for a swatting attack. And then you had a previous false report connected to the same address, and then you had a supposed emergency being reported through a non-emergency line, an out-of-state caller giving inconsistent information, and then a deputy raising the possibility that this could be another swatting. But deputies still decided to approach this house as if everything was real. And according to Axel's attorneys, they didn't call him before entering. Instead, deputies tried the door, and then they decided to go through Axel's bedroom window. Imagine sitting there playing Rust, and then to have SWAT officers jump through your window. So this guy is currently going through a full-on nightmare mode. I mean, people have stolen his information. He's already been paranoid. He's called the police multiple times saying, hey, they're threatening to swat me. And then suddenly they jump through your window. But it gets so much worse, because according to Axel's attorneys, Axel thought someone was breaking into his house. You know, that would be very natural if someone jumped...
I mean, technically they kind of were.
...through your window. So he ran to wake up his mom and grabbed her legally registered firearm. And then he took cover behind his bedroom door, and this is where things go seriously wrong. Because deputies then saw him and opened fire. And according to the notice of claim, 13 deputies are named in this case, and 8 shots were fired. At least 2 hit Axel, 1 struck him in the right thigh, and another one in the left shoulder. His right leg was shattered, his ribs were broken, and the bullet that struck his upper body caused a spinal cord injury that, according to his attorneys, left a 24-year-old paralyzed from the chest down. And this is all because someone on the internet wanted to punish him over a video game. But this is also, I guess, kind of where the story...
Yeah, if they find the fuckstick who fucking did that, they absolutely need to put him through the goddamn ringer.
It becomes a little bit more complicated than just swatter guy bad for swatting someone online, because, you know, Axel went way out of his way to warn the police about this. So this is also a complete failure on the police. But regardless, I mean, whoever swatted him absolutely deserves the charge of attempted murder, because that's what this is. Axel's attorneys, they aren't arguing that police had absolutely no reason to believe there could be danger inside that house. They're arguing that police had been handed information before and during their response suggesting the opposite. And that's why Axel and his mother are now demanding $176 million from Pima County and the sheriff.
They should get every penny.
Department. And their attorneys are basically saying, Axel did the one thing you do when everyone tells you that you're in danger. He called the police. Then 2 days later, they jump through his window and attack him. So Axel and his mother filed a notice of claim, which is essentially a step you have to do before you sue a public entity in Arizona. And the claim names Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, 13 deputies, and other county officials, and accuses the department of negligence and reckless decision-making. And his attorney, Dev Sethi, put it this way: he did everything we teach our kids to do. When you're in danger, when someone's threatening you, what is the first thing you do? Well, you call the police. And that's what makes this case so disturbing and infuriating at the same time, because by the book, this guy did everything right after his mistake of giving up his information to a hacker. Never give access to your computer to anyone online. But regardless, at the end of the day, the police allowed themselves to be weaponized against this man here now. So this is a complete failure on the Pima County Police Department. And it's so sad that swatting is just becoming more and more regular. I mean, just a few months ago, you had an 83-year-old streamer by the name of Sue Jacot, better known as Grandma Crackers, and she was recently swatted as well. And there,
Yeah, come on, man. How much of a low life, good for nothing, scumbag, piece of subhuman trash do you have to be to fucking swat a sweet old lady who is playing video games on stream to, like, I forgot what she was doing, but it wasn't even like just, for fun or for clout. It was for like a good cause. And, even if it was just for fun, she's a fucking old lady and you're gonna send the fucking SWAT team to her house, she could get fucking killed. Like, she can't be thrown to the ground like a normal person. She's frail. She's old. What the fuck's wrong with you, you piece of garbage? Whoever fucking did that should be fucking dragged through the streets.
he showed up with about 20 police cars, 5 SWAT officers, and drones after someone falsely claimed that her grandson Jack had shot her. And this is all while her grandson Jack was going through chemotherapy and recovering from cancer. But thankfully,
Oh my god. What a... whoever did that is an absolute and total piece of fucking garbage.
that situation ended with no one actually getting injured. And there was also a very big difference at what happened at Sue's house compared to what happened at Axel's house. Because police reportedly called Sue's home 3 times before they arrived. So they had a chance to communicate with the people inside before suddenly smashing their way into the home. So apparently in Sue's case, she even enjoyed it a little bit.
Let me tell you about my swatting experience. I was asleep. I was so asleep, I did not want to get up. And these policemen came in the door. The prettiest policewoman I've ever seen. The beautiful eyes, so sweet. But I think she could kick butt if she needed to. And they walked me out. I didn't know what was going on, but it was kind of fun.
Okay, yes.
That's real sweet of her to be able to let it roll off her back so easily. That's real good on her.
Unfortunately, Sue and Axel are nowhere near.
That she's a resilient enough person to not look. I'd be crashing the fuck out if someone fucking swatted me and woke me up. And I had to fucking step outside and talk to the police and be like, no, officers, nothing's going on here. I was asleep. And I'd be livid over that shit. So good on her that she's able to take it in stride. But it still shouldn't have fucking happened.
Only people having to deal with this. This is such a regular occurrence now that they absolutely have to have systems in place for this. Because another person who's been through this is a guy by the name of Ned Luke. Luke has reportedly been swatted multiple times while streaming, including an incident on Thanksgiving in 2023. And here he had to abruptly end his stream due to a phone call.
Hello. There what? Oh, nice. Nice. All right, I'll be out there. All right, I gotta go. Now these assholes have swatted my house, so I've gotta go.
Now these assholes have swatted my house. Now I gotta go. Yo. I love the attitude.
All right, have a good one.
But in that case, thankfully, authorities actually caught the person who was responsible for it.
Good.
And in June of this year, Luke announced that the swatter had been sentenced to 4 years in prison, which honestly is not enough.
Not enough.
Swatters
Nowhere
need to
near
be
enough.
punished heavily. But regardless, this does show there can absolutely be consequences for people who do swatting. And thankfully, the FBI is starting to acknowledge how dangerous all this really is. So the FBI director came out and said, hey, there's an alarming rise in this. And he said, in quote, weaponizing law enforcement against any American is not only morally reprehensible, but also endangers lives, including those of our officers. And he also added that the FBI is working with local law enforcement to crack down on these crimes. So that brings us back to the case with Axel, because he's accusing the sheriff department of completely ignoring all of the warnings that he gave them. And apparently this isn't the only bad situation the sheriff's department is currently dealing with, because they also were at the head of the investigation revolving Nancy Guthrie, who is the 84-year-old mother of Today anchor Savannah Guthrie. If you're a true crime person, you might know about this right now, but basically, Nancy disappeared from her Tucson home around February 1st, and more than 6 months later now, she still hasn't been found. So the police department has been on the news.
I feel like I have heard about this story on the news.
fair bit given updates on that case. And completely separately from Nancy's disappearance, now they're being sued for $176 million. But then on top of that, a guy by the name of Carlos Pasulas and 2 members of his family announced plans to seek $3.25 million after deputies raided his home and arrested him during the whole Guthrie investigation. Pasulas says that he was arrested at gunpoint, detained for 7 to 8 hours without being charged, and eventually released in a town about an hour south of Tucson. They just dropped him off somewhere? If you falsely pick up someone from their house, the least you can do is give them a ride home, back to their house. I feel like you learn those basics from your school library. When you pick something up, you return it back to the area you found it in. But then, Nanas was also named in a separate $25 million federal civil rights lawsuit filed by Pima County's jail inmate
Okay, these people are just fucking grade A fuck-ups, huh?
even Kenneth Fox, although that case has since been dismissed by a federal judge. I don't know, I think it's just crazy how much hot water this police department is currently in. But overall, they have declined to comment on this recent case due to pending litigation. But at the end of the day, Axel is 24 years old and he's now paralyzed from the waist down. No matter how much money he gets, that's not going to be able to change that really. And his attorney, Dev Sethi, says that Axel's health, his independence, and his ability to earn a living, his sense of security, that's all been stolen away from him. At the end of the day, there's kind of 2 separate issues here. 1, the person who swatted him, put him under the jail. 2, the police department. This was a complete failure on them.
Complete and total, utter failure.
So he was failed. So now he wants $176 million as restitution for this. So I guess we just kind of have to wait around and see what happens with this case. And yes, I'm currently traveling now, hence why I'm in kind of a different location for each video now, but we'll be back home soon. Other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Alright. She filed for divorce. Then her husband left her with nothing. By the Fame Fuel. Let's check this out.
Oh my god, yes! Oh my god, I'm officially divorced! Yes! Are you kidding me? Now all of this financial burden with my children is on me? It's not fair! Like he doesn't have to pay nothing of it? Nothing? This is tough.
She thought divorce would bring freedom and a fresh start. Instead, she was left completely shocked after filing the papers herself.
She thought she could divorce herself from the responsibility of her kids.
To watch her husband cut off every bit of financial support, leaving her bank account at zero. Guys, let's take a look at this ruthless comeback.
Bro, what are you doing here, bro? I'm about to go to work, bro. What are you doing here, bro?
I told you I need some money. Your son needs some diapers. He needs some wipes. He needs some food. And I need to get my hair done. So
get your hair done. Like that's not my problem getting your hair done, bro.
I texted you and told you I was coming up here to get the money to get my hair done.
Hey, I don't even get paid. I don't even get paid till Friday. He hungry. What about the money that you got last month?
What money? That money got spent. I have to take care of him every day. What are you talking about?
Bro,
I have to eat every day. I have to eat every day. We got stuff to do. That money.
The ignorance in this conversation is... The levels are high.
That money been spent. I need some money to get my hair done. I already
what does you happen to eat got anything to do with me?
My son need him a couple of things. He needs some new clothes. He needs some shoes. I mean, you working? You got a job, right?
Bro, I'm just.
You got a job?
You
can't give me no money for your
Bro,
son.
I don't get paid till Friday, bro. I don't get paid till Friday, bro.
You can't give me no money for your
like
son.
you popping up in my job like this, bro. This is crazy, bro.
You can't give me no money for your son.
This crazy, bro.
You can't give me no money for your son. You weird.
How am I weird? Because I don't want to get your hair done.
It's cool though. It's cool. You won't be seeing your son no more. Bye.
Oh, look at how evil this woman is. Fucking using her child as a weapon against the father.
Wait, what, bro?
It's honestly unbelievable that she had the confidence to show up at his workplace demanding even more money. And on her so-called list of necessities, she casually included salon appointments. That kind of entitlement is exactly why people criticize the child support system.
Yep.
No, the scariest thing, and it's happening to me now, is being a female, married. I'm 37. I have 2 kids. They are 5 and 7. And I've been a stay-at-home mom for the past 10 plus years. I have no income. I have no money. I use my husband's credit card and I use my husband's money. And 2 weeks ago, he told me that he wants to move forward with divorce. And today, I literally, like, I use an American Express credit card for everything. It's got my name on it, but obviously he pays the bill. He told me he's gonna cut it off, and I gotta, like, move all the automatic payments and stop using it. And he said, you need to start using your own card now. What card? I don't have a card. That is my card. Terrifying.
Good.
I mean, I feel like a little girl who needs their mommy because I don't know how to take care of myself. I don't, like, it's just terrifying. Terrifying.
You can't demand equal control in a relationship while depending entirely on someone else's income. Never put yourself in a position where you don't even have enough money to support yourself.
My ex sent me a message that said, as always, I'll make sure our children don't go without. And yeah, he's right, as always, because I haven't worked and he's always paid for everything. So of course, he's always been the one to not make them go without. It just takes me back to feeling worthless, the feelings of worthlessness.
Cry me a river.
And the fact that my self-worth is just gone still. And how easily he can just make me
Hey, Red, what's going on?
feel.
Oh, okay. All right. You enjoy what you're doing, and I'll see you. You'll see me tomorrow.
Like I'm this big again. I don't really understand what that was. Like, was that just a dig at me? Because if it were up to me, they would go without. And I don't even understand, like, why even say that? Because you clearly know that I haven't worked for the past 7 years. Almost said 10 again. So no, I haven't made any money and I haven't paid for anything over the past 7 years that our kids have been alive. So yeah, if it were up to me, they would have went without because you were the provider.
That's exactly why he chose to walk away. No man wants to spend the rest of his life carrying someone who's pushing 40, but still refuses to become responsible and expects to be treated like a child.
Y'all, please help me understand this. My lights got turned off, so I called my baby's father and asked him if he could get my lights turned on for me. He said no, because I have a husband and that's his responsibility.
Yeah, he's right. All right, no problem, man. You have a good night. I'll see you. You'll see me tomorrow.
How is that his responsibility?
Because he's your husband.
To pay my lights to get turned back on after they get turned off. That you have kids that stay here. You don't care about your kids?
You don't care about your kids? You're the one who got the lights turned off, bitch.
I understand that I have a husband. Granted, don't beat me up over it. But we fell on hard times. So as my baby.
So then maybe your baby's father should take full custody of those kids, since clearly you and your husband are incapable of taking care of them.
Father, I feel like you're supposed to pick up the slack.
No. He should pick up the kids and take them away from you. Because if you got your lights turned off and you and your husband can't keep the lights on, look, me and my mom had it hard growing up. My dad died when I was 6, right? My mom was like, what, 46? And it was just me and her. And she didn't get a lot of money. She was on disability because she got injured in a car accident before I was even born. So we were broke growing up. But one thing that never, ever happened is we never, ever got our lights turned off. And even to this day, I might have got my gas turned off because I don't use it. And I was like, you know what? I don't even really want it. Might have got my TV cut because I was like, you know what? I don't even watch it that much. I'm not even home. And I watch this stuff on my tablet anyway with my cable plan. I never had my electricity turned off. The only time my electricity was not running in my house was last summer when some fucking wires caught fire underground and sent green flames shooting up a grate on my block and blacked out like the whole ass block. For like 2 days, I didn't have electricity because nobody had electricity. The electricity was broken. I remember I slept in fact, I was watching Ember's stream when that happened. I was like, oh shit, my my lights just went out. I wound up sleeping in my car one night and sleeping at my friend's the other. But I've never got my lights turned off. And my mom, no matter how much we struggled, never got our lights turned off. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing wrong and how fucked up your priorities are, but you doing something wrong.
So you rather for your kids be in the dark than to help your baby mother get her lights turned back on?
That's not his responsibility.
What if I didn't have a husband? Would you have helped me then? These men is crazy, sir.
These women is crazy.
Help me get my lights turned on. Don't worry about my husband. He's doing what he's supposed to do as a man.
No, bitch, he ain't. Your fucking lights is turned off. No, bitch, the fuck he ain't.
As my baby daddy, you should be helping me.
If your children's well-being truly comes first, let them stay with the parent who has financial stability until you're able to get your own situation under control.
What? Didn't I say that? Didn't I just say that?
Out on your husband because of the finances. What the f happened?
2 years of asking him to figure out finances and help me with it, and I told him I would leave, and I think he kind of expected me to stay because I relied on his income because I was a stay-at-home mom.
There's children.
There is.
How many?
4.
4 kids? And this is your husband, by the way, the guy you walked out on.
Yes. I mean, like, for the past couple years, I would ask him to change, then he'd change, we're good for a few weeks, and then he goes back, and then I'm just dealing with it silently. It's like every few months
Well, why would you do that? Because that is, no offense, a stereotypical woman thing, where it's like you have the emotions around a topic, but you hold it in and you don't communicate it effectively, and you want to see a change without actually...
Yeah. Women are terrible communicators.
Advocating for a change.
I think that she's a bottler. She does like wait until it gets to a breaking point and then...
You can't spend all day contributing nothing financially while insulting the man who's paying every bill and calling him inadequate. If you believe there isn't enough money coming in, then why not go out and earn some yourself?
I see women on this app like crashing out because of how horrible like their ex-husbands are, their baby dads are, just like ruining their life and just, you know, making their life so difficult. And I'm like, oh my God, that's so horrible what those women are going through. And now I'm one of them. I filed for divorce 2 months ago. I've been trying to look for an apartment, and the places that I'm looking at, I need to make 3 times the rent to be able to rent them. And unfortunately, with my job, I'm a CNA. I don't make 3 times the rent. So I need a child support order to be able to add to my income so I can meet the requirement. And I've been trying to get into some sort of settlement with my soon-to-be ex-husband on...
Why are we defaulting to giving these women custody when they can't take care of the kid? Like, if you can't afford an apartment for yourself and you need the child support to be able to afford an apartment, maybe you shouldn't have the child. Maybe the husband should take care of the child since he's the one financially able. Maybe you should just be gone.
that. And basically, he is blackmailing me, I guess. He wants me to sign away all rights I have to his military retirement. He is in the Army. He has been in for 18 years. He'll be retiring in 2 years. And I've been married to him the entire time. So the retirement's a marital asset. So I am entitled to part of it.
Why should a man who spent 18 years serving in the military hand over his retirement savings to someone who chose to walk away from the marriage? If you wanted independence, then welcome to the real world.
We've been going back and forth and fighting about it, and I just can't take it anymore. I just want to leave. I just want to move out, and I just want to start my life over. So I offer to sign away my right to the military retirement in return for spousal support and the entirety of the savings account that we have. I send the proposal to my lawyer and tell her this is what I'm proposing to do, and she comes back and says, well, this is a bad idea. And then she says, well, you could get a temporary order from the court for the child support, but that's going to cost you $4,000 in legal fees, and it may not be binding because it's only temporary, so you may not even be able to use that to really add to your income. And she goes into this long thing, which I appreciate. I appreciate her telling me the legal stuff, because she's basically telling me you are an idiot to sign this away. And she does all the numbers, and the numbers don't make any sense. Basically, I'm giving away more to get less. She's basically trying to persuade me to kind of wait this out until the final order happens, because it will go in.
You should get nothing.
My favor if I can just wait it out, but I can't wait it out because I have to stay in the house with this person. Yesterday he called me the nanny. He said that I'm going to pay you child support and you're just going to be the nanny for my kids. When I told him, like, I need to try and stay in the district so our kids can keep going to their school, and the neighborhood that we're in is a little bit more expensive, so I need the child support order. And he said, it's not my problem. It's not my problem that you can't afford a place for them to live.
If you can't provide for yourself and your children without relying on your husband's paycheck, then maybe full custody should go to the parent who can.
In fact,
Exactly.
I hope that's how it plays out. Because I want the kids to see that you can't support them. I want the kids to see that you can't afford for them to live in a nice place. And I want them to know that they're going to have to go through a hardship because of what you did. Your pressure campaign that he's been putting me under for the last 2 months since I filed is really him trying to get me to drop the whole thing. I honestly believe that. I honestly believe he just wants me to drop the whole thing. If I went to him and I said, okay, I'm just going to drop the divorce, got rid of my lawyer and then didn't do anything, I think he'd drop his lawyer and we would just go about life like before. I honestly believe that. I just think he doesn't want to not be married anymore to me. Not because he loves me or anything like that, but just because this is a big inconvenience to him. It's a big inconvenience, and he has to do all of these things he doesn't want to do, and all he wants to really do is just go to work, come home, play video games, watch some corn, and nap. And I'm disrupting all of his plans with my annoying, irritating divorce. This is very long, but I'm hoping that a woman's gonna see.
You're trying to walk out of a marriage and keep as many of the benefits of being married as you can, without having to fulfill any of the obligations of being married. So fuck you, whore.
See what I'm going through and say to yourself, I don't want to go through that. And it could easily be me, because it could easily be you. I am not special. I'm not special or unique. I'm just a woman. I'm just a woman with 2 kids. It could happen to you too.
This is what being completely influenced looks like. After spending all day online watching people encourage single motherhood and criticize men, she suddenly found herself living that exact reality without any plans.
Men don't approach women anymore. I guess I should start going up to men. I live in a city, and literally anytime I'm walking anywhere, anytime I see a cute guy, it's always heads down, headphones in. He won't look at anyone. Literally no one is approachable anymore. No one looks at each other. Everyone's heads down, and no one's smiling or just seems happy.
Yeah, you did that.
Literally no one's socializing. What am I supposed to do? Chase a guy down the street that does not want
Why don't you? Why don't you make the first move?
to be bothered and ask him if he...
Why don't you take the risk of making the first move?
Is single. I feel like I give off the most approachable vibes. I'm always smiling, looking pleasant, not looking at my phone. I don't wear my headphones. Literally never once. I've never been approached. And get this, I was talking to a guy I matched with on Cuffed. We were talking on the phone, had the best conversation ever. Ghost me. He literally ghosts me. Just now, if you have like a really good phone call with a guy you matched with on a dating app like Raya, Cuffed, Tinder, or whatever, I guess you just ghost them immediately. It's funny though, like on the phone when we were talking, I asked him if he like ever approaches a girl at a bar or in the street, and he was like, no, God, no. So I guess maybe that was just a red flag. That men forget that they literally have the power in the situation, so that's why everyone's single.
We know our value, and we refuse to settle. Gentlemen, what's the biggest reason you've stepped away from the dating scene? Let us know in the comments. Hit the like button and subscribe as we continue exposing stories like these.
People be like, I can't believe you still single. Me neither. Me neither. They'll have one conversation with me. So nobody wiped you up yet? You still single? I am. I'm just as shocked as you. I promise you, I'm just as shocked.
Good men haven't disappeared. The problem is that unrealistic expectations stop some people from recognizing them.
Prefer a stay-at-home wife or a woman that gets her own bread? Heidi. Okay, so my question was, does he prefer a stay-at-home wife or a woman that gets her own bread?
Well, the reason is because masculinity has to be earned and femininity has to be protected and preserved. Masculinity has to be earned and femininity has to be protected and preserved.
Given the choice between a stay-at-home wife and a financially independent woman, I'd choose the independent one every time.
I'm disrespecting my husband because I'm friends with a man.
But I think though, it's not that you're friends with a man. The point is you're not listening to him. Like again, love to men is respect. It's saying, you know what, I might not agree with this, but I respect your judgment, so I'm going to go with it. I'm going to do what you say. But like men don't want an argumentative woman.
And what you're doing is rather than
one of the biggest issues with keeping male best friends around is that when your relationship hits a rough patch or emotions are running high after an argument, those same guys suddenly become the first place she looks for comfort.
Hello?
Hey, what are you doing?
You know, just living my life. What are you doing?
I'm on the way home. Can you open the garage door? I'm almost home.
What do you mean you're on the way home?
I'm leaving work a little early. I'm coming home because I'm not feeling good. I made a terrible...
What do you mean what? You're not feeling good. Go to the doctor. You need to go to the doctor.
No, I'm coming home. It's not that bad to go to the doctor. I made a terrible decision and got a gas station burrito today. I can't tell if I'm about to shit on myself or if I'm going to vomit. Like, it might be both. I might bomb shat myself before I get home, and I'm right around the corner. Please, just open the garage door.
No. I need you to stop before you come home and get me some stuff.
I'm already in the neighborhood.
Okay, no. You're in the
She's cheating.
neighborhood.
Lena, yes.
Turn around. I need you to turn around. I need you to go. I need you to go to the gas station and get me, gas.
Gas for what?
Gas for the lawnmower. I need gas for the lawnmower, because I'm going to mow the lawn.
Okay, no, we don't need gas for the lawnmower. We'll figure that out later. I'm like literally...
No, you have to go get it now. I need to do it now. I'm on a deadline.
For gas? Are you kidding me, Lena?
No, I'm not kidding you. I need you to turn around. Don't come home. Turn around.
I'm pulling in the driveway right now. Like, I'm literally...
No, you can't. Don't do that. I need you to go get me gas right now, please. You need to hurry.
Lena?
Kyle?
Whose truck is in my driveway?
There's a truck? What are you talking about?
Told you.
What truck?
There's a gray Chevy in my driveway.
Just hearing her talk tells me something feels off. Hopefully this is nothing more than a comedy skit.
Oh my God, yes! Oh my God, I'm officially divorced! Yes!
Shake me.
Oh my God!
I'm your brother.
You was just talking about this.
Yeah, you was just talking about it.
I'm officially primary custodian of the kids.
Oh, yeah.
What about the child support? That's it? Tony, that's crazy. Why? Are you kidding me? Now all of this financial burden with my children is on me?
What?
It's not fair. Like he doesn't have to pay nothing of it. Nothing. This is
Modern women often claim they don't need a man and can do everything on their own. Yet the moment they realize they can't afford the lifestyle they want, the story suddenly changes and they expect sympathy. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video or think we can improve, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. We're always looking to improve.
I'm sorry.
What is that?
I can't comprehend that, Mike, because we've only been separated for not even that long. Like, our divorce isn't even final yet. Like, that's why I'm here.
At this point, it doesn't really matter what you want. It hasn't for a while. I'm moving on. You're gonna be fine.
I literally.
And
how far along?
I will not be back.
How far along?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does matter, because if she's not that far along, she can have an abortion and we can.
Holy dude, you know we're not getting past anything, and that no,
you miss this?
Absolutely not. I need you to go.
Based.
Something's wrong. I think you need a therapist.
Mike, we had
we gotta go.
Like
I'm going.
The look of complete disbelief on her face when she realized her ex-husband was no longer there to rescue her says everything about how entitled she had become.
I just got a letter from Child Maintenance. Well, it's not even a letter, it was an email. Please log in and read the letter we have sent you. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get like a bigger payment. It's going to be a bit more payment than what I am getting. Tell me for the reason why I see this letter. And it says, your child maintenance award has now gone to zero, because the other parent has declared that they're not having no financial support or any income. So they're telling me that they're going to stop me having £6 of child maintenance a month. So I've spoken to the baby daddy, and apparently he said this is what I deserve because of my TikTok. So I got caught. I've got caught because I posted some stuff on TikTok regarding my £6 maintenance, and now I'm gonna have to suffer it out and not have £6. And I don't know what I'm gonna do, because I don't know how much more I can sell myself, but £6 was a lot for me. So I don't know if I should get a lawyer. Any advice would be great, but if you don't see me, then he's literally finished me. But yeah, I don't know, I'm gonna have to make up that £6 somehow.
Instead of spending time crying online, put that energy into improving your income and dealing with reality. Anyway, that's all for today's video. If you enjoyed it and want more content like this, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Chunky Yogurt makes a stunning confession. Holy crap. By Liberal Hive Mind. Let's check this out.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Oh my, do I have a video for you guys today. You know, there's people who deliver every time you listen to one of their monologues, every time you listen to them speak, or, you know, whatever really vector of performance you could be talking about. These are the type of people that no matter what they do, no matter what they touch, it tends to turn to gold. People who always dependently deliver. And then, of course, on the flip side, there's people who do nothing but deliver disaster. Just the most embarrassing, incoherent nonsense you're ever gonna hear. And one of these individuals is, of course, Cenk Uygur from the TYT.
I call him Chunky Yogurt.
Absolutely wild. The guy's a walking paradox. He claims to be the pillar of virtue, yet he's a complete arrogant, bloated maniac who can't keep his cool for 2 seconds. He's an abusive clown. Not to mention, kind of hard to present yourself as the pillar of virtue when you have something like this in your resume.
I believe that if I were the ruler, the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving you are pleasuring the animal.
And it's not just Cenk Uygur's claims of moral excellence, but also his claims of intellectual excellence. He is so much smarter and so much more informed than you. That tends to be his debate tactic. What are you, stupid? I'm right about literally everything. Just freaking Google it.
You got me there. The unions give money to the Democrats.
Are you angry about that? I mean, does it upset you as much as, bankers giving money to Republicans?
No. The corporations give way more than the unions.
It depends which corporations. That's not really true.
Look it up. You can Google it. It's really easy. Who was the one who came up with the Southern strategy? That was the Republican Party. And the Southern strategy was, let's go get racist white voters in the South. That's a fact. Once again, it's this wonderful capitalist invention called Google. Google it.
It's the all-knowing, highly intellectual Cenk Uygur, guys. Don't challenge him. He knows everything. You just need to Google it. This freaking guy, I mean, he acts as if he's the smartest person in the room who understands and knows everything. Yet every time you hear him speak, the only thing he delivers is, well, probably the dumbest thing you've heard all year, and that's exactly what this is. Holy freaking crap. Oh my lord. You just got to imagine the Democrat strategists behind the scenes are freaking out that Cenk Uygur and others like him are steering the policy direction of the party. Let me show you guys what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so Cenk Uygur said it, so I guess this is the official stance of the far left, the DSA Democrats.
There are young women who've been locked out of the opportunity to compete fairly and to succeed because somebody has come in and said, I identify as a woman, still got testicles, still got testosterone, still got male bone structure, still got male everything. You're saying that doesn't matter?
So what I'm saying is, so let's distinguish a couple of things.
Yeah.
So at the professional level and the Olympic level, first I say to my leftist friends, guys, leagues get to decide. You don't have a right to be in the WNBA. I don't have a right to be in the NBA.
Yep.
They get to decide. And if you say they don't have an advantage, not only does the great majority of Americans not agree with you, I don't agree with you.
It's factually incorrect.
Right. A trans woman entered a weightlifting contest in her 40s and instantly lifted 200 pounds more than the biological woman.
Yeah.
Although there's a meta study that studied 7 people and it was inconclusive. I read the studies. Nonsense. Okay. Now, why do I have a different position at the high school level? Because it's a balancing act. It's tiny. What is it? 13 kids, 130 kids out of a country of 330 million people. So when I look at the balancing interest there, I go, I understand what you're saying. I understand that it might be unfair, right?
Okay.
On the other hand, now we're going to have to check the genitalia of kids. I don't want to do that. That's too much. And you're going to tell a young trans kid, we're going to otherize you. We're going to ostracize you. You're not really a woman. You're not really a girl.
But they're not a woman.
Okay. All right.
But they're not.
But brother.
But they're not. If you've got a penis and you've got male testosterone and male bone structure, you're not a woman.
So when you become an adult, we can have that debate. But when you're a kid, I'm going to protect you. And I'm going to say, go ahead and ride in the race. And if you beat my daughter and it costs her this much out of the 13 cases in the country, and it costs her a little bit because she wanted to get into Yale, but she got into Dartmouth, I'll live with it. Because I'm not checking your genitalia and I'm not traumatizing you when you're a kid.
I mean, you gotta be frickin' kidding me. And again, just going back to what we've been saying basically since 2024, it's very clear these people learned absolutely nothing. There's no distinction between woke 1 and woke 2, woke
Yep, it's maybe stupider.
Whatever the hell that is. And also, if you think about it, calling the first iteration of woke 1 kind of implies that the next version is woke 2. That almost suggests like a progression in this case of stupidity. But there's kind of like a paradox built in here. That, of course, being these far leftoids calling themselves progressive when very clearly they obviously possess no ability to actually progress. Certainly not in terms of realizing their wrongs. And then, of course, moving forward and undoing it. Reapproaching a topic differently. No, this is very difficult for the left. Once they've adopted an ideology, it becomes more of a cult-like adherence to said ideology or whatever policy it may be. Full adherence to the dogma is required or else. That's pretty much the standard. But yeah, like I was saying the other day, this was apparently the big thing that really hurt Kamala Harris in 2024. And now they're doubling down on it. That, of course, alone is very stupid. But then, of course, give it to Cenk Uygur if you want him to take it to the next level of stupid. And that that, my friends, is exactly what he did. Cenk, who can do no wrong, hits us with possibly the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Well, of course men can play in female sports. What's the alternative? Traumatizing young people by asking to see their genitalia? Holy, I can't even say it without laughing because it's so incredibly dumb. And of course it once again gives us a glimpse into Cenk Uygur's overall psychological disposition. That's where he immediately goes. Mr. I would legalize bestiality if I was king of the earth, immediately goes to, well, we're gonna have to look at those people's pants. He's such a moron. I can't even handle it. As if that's the way you tell gender. What an absolute ignoramus. And again, you know, the party of science people. Oh, the party of science. Party of freaking airhead cultists. No, Cenk, you don't need to traumatize anyone. First of all, people have, what are those things called again? Birth certificates, dumbass. Secondly, you can check the Adam's apple. You could
do a blood test.
Tell by someone's hips, actually. Why not do an x-ray? But that would even be one of the more intrusive ways. You could also tell by chromosomes. Yeah, there's pretty much a million.
Exactly, you just do a blood test.
In less intrusive ways. In fact, that's exactly what many sporting regulatory bodies are already doing. And once again, showing the illogic of left-wing thinking. Talk about throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Well, I wouldn't want to traumatize one individual, certainly not a protected to trans persons. So let's go ahead and absolutely destroy female sports as we know it. Let's deny thousands of girls eventually across the entire country scholarships and opportunities to compete within their own sporting leagues and events. Let's completely overturn and at some point eradicate female sports because you don't want a particular individual to feel traumatized. You know, very simply, it's like I always say, you simply cannot run a society with this kind of mentality. It's illogical. It's stupid. You know, I always fall back to smaller examples. Think about how you would run your family, for instance. Would you raise your kids in that manner? Well, it doesn't matter. Doing the right thing doesn't matter, kiddo. As long as you don't feel bad, that's really what matters. That's how you raise an entitled sociopath child, a total out-of-control spoiled brat. And it's the entire problem with left-wing thinking. You know, it's the type of stuff you wouldn't do in your personal life, although many of them, let's be honest, do. It's the type of thing that is clearly ill-advised on a personal basis, but they want to apply that illogic on a societal basis. Screw standards. Screw common sense. We don't want to hurt someone's feelings, so throw it all away. It's just so dumb, and it's crazy because this guy says this stuff not only with a straight face, but as if, you know, he's making a good point. Oh, well, we'll agree to disagree. I'm pretty sure everyone disagrees with you. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard on multiple different levels, but Cenk, of course, Cenk just can't see it. Either he can't see it or he doesn't care, but I don't know, something tells me he just can't see it. I don't think he's the sharpest tool in the shed.
10% of those married are married to their first cousin.
1 in 10 married couples you know are married to their first cousin.
In the world. In the world, yeah. So in the United States.
By the way, you think you don't know anyone who, you know, in America, you were joking around that 1 in 10, etc. My grandparents are first cousins.
You know, maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. But it's very clear that this guy just ain't so smart. And of course, if we zoom out a little bit, it really shows what the Democrat Party is dealing with here. This is the grassroots of the Democrat. This is where, of course, the party is inevitably heading. And I got to tell you, that to me, that just seems like electoral poison. And it also feels like the Democrat establishment is honestly powerless to stop it. I guess we'll have to see if these ideas end up winning out, huh? Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, 1 second. I'll be back. Okay, we're back.
I once had a teacher.
All right. How misandry destroyed Gen Z's education. Basic logic. Let's check it out.
I once had a teacher my classmates nicknamed Hitler for boys. If you were male and you weren't flamboyant, you could say goodbye to your GPA. Naturally, it was an English teacher, and she crafted a curriculum so that the literature we were forced to study was all explicitly feminist or racial and anti-white. Disagreement was permitted on paper, but not in practice. The wisest choice for us was to exercise our right to remain silent whenever possible, because everything we said would be used against us. Couple that with the endless deceitful lectures about how women are paid less for the same job, how the future is female, how white men run the world and we were somehow at blame for everything even though we were still students, and schooling became nothing more than a humiliation ritual. And before you ask, yes, she had terrible relationships with the men in her life, and she made the boys in her class pay for it. This story isn't unique.
Sadly, no.
Every man of my generation can tell you of at least one example of why he was targeted for no reason other than being born the wrong sex, while being lectured on how he deserved it because historically men had power and allegedly misused it, and he's somehow guilty of that. But that's only scratching the surface. Some argue that schooling has been crafted in such a terrible way that it is functionally designed to disadvantage boys,
Yes.
decrease male academic performance, perpetuate misandry, and ruin Gen Z's ability to have relationships. And in this video, I cover those reasons, and if you enjoy it, consider subscribing, it helps the channel. Imagine yourself back during your primary education, with an adult lecturing at you endlessly for hours while you were expected to sit still and pay full attention. This would be unreasonable even for an adult, but much less a child, especially if that child was a boy. Both boys and girls struggle in such a situation. But for boys who are hardwired for spatial and mechanical activities at that age and have increased drives for adventure, it's flat out a biological obstruction for most. Trapped in such a circumstance, boys with strong imaginations escape by daydreaming, whereas those without mess around or find other small ways of entertaining themselves. Either way, the boys fall behind and often get into trouble. Instead of recognizing the absurdity of modern schooling and reform, it's easier for educators to just blame the boys, punish them until they submit,
and put them on drugs.
And in extreme but increasingly common cases, give them ADHD prescriptions.
Hey, look at that! I fucking called it. Yep, just pump them full of Adderall.
When they're called out for this, educators often point to their female students, showing their superior results as proof that the issue lies solely with the student. This defense is pure blank slate ideology, the dominant but debunked belief that men and women are effectively the same and need equal treatment. And until recently, no one contested it. We know boys are artificially held back because despite their worst start, by 16 to 18, boys catch up on standardized tests like the SAT and pull ahead in math and at the high end of STEM, while their GPAs, shaped by their predominantly female and often political teacher subjectivity, often stay lower. In all of this, girls got a front row seat to see boys consistently fail, get punished, and fall behind them. They're praised as being smarter for doing well in school, when in reality they're just being less troublesome and more agreeable. Think about the impact this has shaping a young girl's worldview. The boys are stupider troublemakers, whereas the girls are smarter and responsible. It perfectly conditions them for later feminist propaganda. The type of propaganda that, as I will explain later, kills people's abilities to have relationships and form families, therefore threatening the long-term survival of civilization itself. Which is why today's sponsor is The Book, the ultimate guide to rebuilding civilization. It's an illustrated encyclopedia of humanity's inventions and discoveries, which may soon become very useful if the West continues its path of social self-destruction. It's a global bestseller that walks you through some of the most important advancements, all the way from the essentials like how to preserve food, to how to establish railroads and more. There's a common saying in many failed nations like Zimbabwe: what did we use for light before candles? Electricity. So if you don't want to end up like them, check out the link in the description and pinned comment, and use the promo code LOGIC for a 10% discount. And now, back to the video. Do you remember mansplaining or manspreading? Manspreading is when a man
Yes, I remember both of those two things.
sits down and parts his legs for obvious reasons. It's still wild that this was an actual point of contention in the culture war. And mansplaining is when a man dares to explain something to a woman. Feminists noted that men do this often, with enthusiasm, which they interpreted as being condescending. Here's what they missed, or intentionally ignored. Men bond by explaining how stuff works, whereas women generally have a preference for talking about people. By making explaining things to a woman taboo, feminists effectively made it difficult for men to bond with women in their instinctive way. But what was far worse was the Me Too era, and how it infected every part of schooling. Teachers treated every male student as a possible would-be harasser, and thought it would be their duty to terrorize their students into never acting in a way that could be seen as creepy. On top of that, since "Believe all women" was the slogan of the time, female students were seen as the infallible judges of male students' characters. If one thought you were creepy, then you were. Mess up an approach? Now you're a creep and everyone knows it, and you'd be lucky if you weren't recorded and posted online for clicks. There was also the issue of malicious women. Since we pretended that all women were honest victims, malicious ones had free rein to do as they wish. False accusations, gossiping, reputation destruction all became commonplace. Even male teachers began to refuse being alone in the same room as female students. Boys flat out stopped asking girls out, or in some cases, even talking to them. The irony was that at the same time feminists were terrorizing boys, most of whom had never even had the courage to ask a girl out, they were supporting the mass importation of peoples known for exactly the crimes they claimed to want to avoid. This was never about protecting women. It was about demoralizing men, and it worked. There was also other propaganda, less aggressive than Me Too but still impactful, such as the gender pay gap, the routinely debunked but endlessly cited claim that women are paid less for the same job. I remember posters of this in every classroom. Teachers forced us to do projects on it, and we had assemblies discussing it. Extensive initiatives were taken to fix this imaginary gap. Girls were given broad academic support in the form of women-only scholarships, glowing recommendations, and recruiting quotas. Meanwhile, men were stuck with only mixed scholarships and the consequences of those quotas, pushing them lower in the rankings. These initiatives were also present in universities and the workplace, encouraging the hiring and promotion of women just because they were women, and we needed more female empowerment. The result? Young women today are often both hired and paid more than men for the same job. In other words, they solved an imaginary gap caused by imaginary discrimination by creating an actual gap caused by actual discrimination. The end result of all of this was a system that taught girls that men are stupid, unintelligent troublemakers, filled with entitlement, and whatever power they do have, they got at women's expense. In the workplace, men are seen as inferior, hired less than women, paid less than women, promoted less than women, and less deserving of respect. Women were also taught that the institutions were their allies, who would elevate them and bring about social justice. Meanwhile, men were taught that women are dangerous and have no accountability. They learned that institutions were their enemies that would tear them down for someone else's benefit. Does it make sense now, even when ignoring the impact of technology, why men and women are no longer having relationships? Why there is such open hostility between the sexes, and Gen Z is one of the most politically divided generations in history? How are we supposed to have families together and continue civilization when one sex is taught since childhood that the other is automatically stupid, unworthy, and the cause for all of society's problems?
Alright. VTuber accused of digital blackface for having a black model. By Laz Says Marpu. Let's check this out.
Hey, what's up guys, Laz here, and today we have a small drama in the VTubing space where recently there has been this VTubing trend where people compared their avatar, their VTubing models with their real life photos, and usually it is kind of harmless, like you see Scarlett Bell here, you know, comparing her VTuber model and...
Wait. I know Scarlett, I mean, not really. I've seen her posts on fucking Twitter. Was she in the military? So that's pretty fucking cool. Pretty fucking cool.
She has a gun.
And yeah, I will never fucking do this. Fuck no. I don't want you knowing what I look like. I mean, you probably know a little bit about what I look like. I'm a white passing Hispanic with long hair, but that's about all I'm gonna fucking tell you, cause yeah, I'm a VTuber for a fucking reason.
And you know, of course, with like avatars and stuff, there's going to be a lot of fat people, but yeah. And I also participated with this tweet. See, VTuber versus IRL. So this is me.
That's hilarious, bro.
And this is me in real life. And you know, you can see.
You know? See, that's something I might do.
Anthony, you know, my true fan supporting me. You know, thank you. Shout out to Anthony. But jokes aside, the controversy stems from this VTuber, Tia Pom Pom. Now, Tia Pom Pom is a VTuber with a black avatar, like as you can see. Apparently, she's like a sheep. Yeah, it has the sheep face and then the horns, and then the hair is kind of like imitating the wool. And she also participated in the trend with this VTuber versus IRL, Siempre me expresando per la moda, where it means always expressing myself through fashion. See, I speak Spanish. Where she shows her VTuber model and then she showed herself.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a but you know, we're all inspired by someone. I mean, I'm not saying I'm blue because a certain someone who was at one point my inspiration for getting into VTubing is blue, but it is a funny coincidence.
I agree, it is quite fashionable, but people have noticed that her VTuber model is black while she herself is white. That's where the drama really revolves around, starting with this post showing off the screenshot of Tia Pom Pom's post saying, "Bro, did y'all see this?" Trying to frame Tia Pom Pom as someone doing digital blackface.
I mean, isn't the point of being a VTuber to like... There is a sort of roleplay aspect to it.
My take on it is that it doesn't matter if she's white or black or Asian. The entire point of VTubing is that you are expressing yourself through a digital avatar.
Exactly.
a virtual avatar, and it does.
I mean, contrary to popular belief, no, I don't have pale blue skin in real life.
Matter if you don't one-to-one exactly resemble your avatar. I mean, I surely don't. I'm not a woman, and I'm also not blue. Would I technically be
Blue VTubers rise up?
doing blue face? It's just absurd, and people.
Oh my god. Oh my god, am I gonna get in trouble for the blue people?
In the replies have pointed this out, saying, "Isn't there that pretty big VTuber with a white model that's actually a black guy? Why is it a big deal? It's not mocking in any way, and it's just a character."
So wait, yeah, what is that wrong? Is that bad?
Yeah, this model, the Tia Pom Pom's model, is not supposed to make fun of black people. She just wants to be black. That's so bad. She just wants this character as her avatar. I don't see a problem with it, but we have more replies saying, "I'm confused on why you guys are hating. It's her character she made. People do cosplay."
I mean, I know of at least 2 different VTubers whose model is based off of, inspired by an anime character that they like. And even my model here has some slight inspirations from different anime characters that I've been fond of. Very slight though. I would definitely say there's no one character that inspired the whole thing. But a particular detail may have been inspired by a character. But I know a couple of VTubers, again, not personally, just I know of a couple of VTubers who like their VTuber avatar is quite literally I don't want to say a legally distinct version of, but heavily inspired by a single particular anime character. One of them, it's I don't know where the fucking anime it's from. It's a redhead, right? And so the main character, like, looks like sort of that character. Obviously there are some distinct differences, but you could definitely see the inspiration. And the other one is, ironically enough, Rev says Desu. And his avatar is based off of a character he likes. And I believe one time he like tweeted a picture of it, and it's fairly similar. So it's like, okay, look, that's an anime character he liked. That's what he wanted to use as his avatar. So he just had an avatar that's heavily inspired by it, made up for him. And their IRL appearance is probably not anything at all close to what those 2 anime characters are. But again, it's VTubing. We're here to fucking, put on a fucking digital mask and masquerade on the internet as some anonymous anime character. It's the exact reason I'm fucking doing this now.
And make up characters all the time that don't look like them. She was never disrespectful while using it or mocked black people. I'm black and have so many characters that are white or Asian, etc. Where the original person responded, because her Sona is a dark-skinned black woman and doesn't resemble the Pokemon at all, and she's ignoring her people of color fans who tell her it's straight up wrong. And this would go on into a very long back and forth conversation, which I'm just going to summarize it, where you is the person who originally made the post basically insisted that it does not matter if Tia Pom Pom is not trying to mock black people with a jar of caramel, saying that it does not matter if the person is not black, if Tia Pom Pom is not black, as long as she isn't trying to mock black people while having a black avatar. That's really it. And we have some sensible replies like, "I seen black women having white OCs and no one bats an eye. Why are we trying so hard to make everything racist? There's no..."
Exactly.
shit as digital blackface. It's just a beautiful black OC. Yeah, it doesn't matter if she's black. A user would reply saying emphasis on OC, meaning original character. This is a VTuber, which is usually directed to create a persona based on the person, and the person would reply again saying, bring me one person whose VTuber looks like them, that's a fictional character, not a government ID. And yeah, this is actually very true. Which VTuber,
I mean, that's like the whole goddamn point of VTubing.
looks exactly like their model? But another reply would also say, black people with white personas are a completely different circumstance to white people with black personas. Okay, why is that? Because the societal context behind it is different. Some black creators have had white personas because people
Sounds like a double standard. Nope, bullshit. Not accepting it.
we literally treat them differently because of it. Okay, so because some black people have white personas, and then when people found out, they made fun of them. That still doesn't mean that we should ban everyone from having black OCs if they are not black. It just doesn't matter. And someone made a pretty good reply saying, you realize that you are turning a completely harmless use of a persona with zero ill intent into something racist just because of the skin color, right? I don't think that kind of reaction is helping the whole society without systematic racism go. Yeah, you're turning a non-issue into something way worse than it actually sounds. But we also have another quote tweet of Tia Pom Pom's post, which is now deleted by the way, saying, am I wrong to think this is weird? And yeah, you're quite wrong, because it is not racism. And Tia Pom Pom would actually reply to the quote tweet saying, you're thinking that that's wrong is nothing more than the notion that people can't interpret characters unless they are the same skin color as them. I'm not offending anyone, just quietly sharing my content. Keep your prejudice to yourself. And people are completely missing the point, where a reply says, you're offending an overwhelming number of black people who have explained to you why you're wrong, but you have no issue being a racist piece of shit because apparently it's easier for you to avoid accountability and double down on your weirdo behavior. Once again, these people cannot differentiate the model from the VTuber itself, because a VTuber model is really just a way to express your identity to a fictional character. The entire thing is fiction. It is not exactly you, but it's just a way to express your identity. But oh my god, moving on. Tia Pom Pom would delete this tweet and make another tweet, which is also now deleted, saying,
wait, does that mean I can't play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas anymore?
I'm not going to comment anymore on the senseless attacks I'm receiving. I'm not the kind of person who gives a stage to fights. I've already said what I have to say. Now if they keep accusing, that's your opinion. I'm not going to change it. But thinking that a VTuber has to be equal to the person behind ... okay. Which, yeah, I'm backing Tia Pom Pom here, because once again, a VTuber is not a one-to-one representation of you. It is a creative outlet. And this brings us to the recent post that Tia Pom Pom made saying, mi acabé hace tanto de ataques me fez repensar todo sinceramente. No, I'm not going to read it like that. Wait. Where she said, I calmed down. All these attacks made me rethink everything, and honestly, it took me more than years to manage to debut the POM model. I spent a lot of money with the support of my community and my own sweat. So I'm not going to give up. Thank you to everyone who stayed by my side. Hearts. And yeah, the best that Tia Pom Pom can do is really just ignore all the haters. and in the replies, people are... Who is it? And in the replies, people are, genuinely supportive. Mostly from, a bunch of Portuguese people. But yeah. That's so good. To sum up, Tia Pom Pom is a VTuber who uses a black avatar even though she is a white person, and some people do not like it, calling it blackface. Even though VTubing is not supposed to be a literal representation, merely a creative outlet, and Tia Pom Pom has decided to just ignore the haters basically. That's really it. That's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please share your thoughts in the comment section down below, and I will see you guys next time. Oh my god.
Car brand stereotypes part 3.
Alright. What your car brand says about you 3 by Gassy. Let's dive on in.
Car brand stereotypes part 3. This is where gets serious. Car brands reflect your personality, so choosing to buy from the right one is very important. This is what your car's brand says about you. Dodge Ram. Dodge drivers and Ram drivers are two very different types of people. On one side, you've got Brokeback Mountain Cowboys, and on the other, you have NLE Choppa. Dodge is putting way too much power in the wrong hands. They make 700 horsepower land boats that only go in a straight line and turn about as sharp as a galleon in the 16th century. Although I will say the Viper is a proper track car. It's got good handling, but it doesn't really matter how well it handles because this car is basically a Miata with a V10 in it. These cars can run a quarter mile in almost 10 seconds, but you're going to be 10 feet under before you get there. These cars actually are death traps, to be honest.
No, they really are. They're super dangerous. I wouldn't drive one.
Trucks are also just 16th century galleons, but in truck form. If you're driving one of these trucks, you just wanted a truck, and then you convinced yourself that you needed a sporty Dodge engine along with it. You wanted a big Hemi, and you wanted a loud exhaust, and you wanted more power. You're pretty much just looking for a muscle car that'll do the maximum amount of damage to another car when you crash into it. Maybe that's where they get the name from, though. GMC. There are two types of GMC owners. The first is the broccoli head TikTok kid. These dudes have their GMCs whited out with RGB underglow and a tasteful 45-degree squat. You can find these creatures by following its social media or by simply going to a gas station past 7 p.m. I don't know how these guys do it, but their chrome is simply shinier. I swear these dudes have rims shinier than Dwayne Johnson's forehead. Okay, now for the other GMC owners on the other side of the spectrum. The foreman who sits in his air-conditioned GMC cab all day watching TikTok and telling you did your job wrong. And of course, not telling you how to do it right. GMC is like the Lincoln Cadillac of trucks. These things were originally sold to contractors, businesses, and the government. GMC wasn't making some consumer grade products. This shit was like military grade. It's a bummer that GMC owners never used their trucks correctly because they're well built. These trucks have massive V8s, turning out loads of torque and power. Super sturdy drivetrains that can definitely take a massive beating, as well as durable axles and frames. These trucks were built to last. So if you own one of these, you either own a company or your dad owns a company. Attention! I have some amazing news that you're not going to want to miss. If you're in the US, Temu is running this win cash thing where you can earn up to $100 in cash rewards. First, you need to download the Temu app using the link in my description. Open it and type in my code KCT9936 into the search bar at the top to join the win cash campaign. Do this first, not at checkout. I'm going to show it on screen right now. Just so it's clear, this is based off qualifying orders and the cash reward comes after your items ship. Look what I got from Temu. This stuff is awesome. I got this 3-inch subwoofer for just $17.90, which sounds crazy for its size. Maybe I'll put it on my remote control car or something. I got this industrial endoscope for just $17.94, which is really nice for finding those 10mm sockets in my engine bay. I also found this really cool grip strength tester for just $30.49. I've been using it whenever I get mad at my car. My record is 160 pounds. Let me know if you can beat me. I got this 28-piece detailing kit for just $22.09, which came with all of these drill attachments. My car is actually going to be spotless now because I also got this turbojet air duster for just $35.31. On top of all that, I got this OBD2 reader for just $19.49, this coolant funnel kit for just $20.30, and this portable tire inflator for just $26.43. And guys, if you get the $100 cash reward from Temu, a lot of these items would end up being free. Be sure to join Temu's Win Cash sale. Again, US users, download Temu from the link in my description, open it, and type in KCT9936 in the search bar to join, not at checkout. Anyone with the Temu app can join the campaign, and qualifying orders are required. And guys, if you want a no strings attached deal, I got you because I also secured an exclusive $20 off coupon for basically everyone. Just click the link in the description and you get $20 off your purchase instantly. Porsche. I feel like the modern day Porsche drivers are mostly influencers and hardcore Porsche fans. They will either be riding the wave or will sell their soul to represent Porsche as a brand and glaze them as much as possible, of course. I'm not saying I would mind cruising around in a Porsche, but these drivers will flip their shit the second you pronounce Porsche wrong, talking about it's Porsche. But set aside,
I'd rather have a Corvette than a Porsche any day.
the stereotypes, Porsche makes really nice cars. As a brand, they're more focused on fully optimizing every part and not just making crazy power. Although I do feel like Porsche has been overhyped recently. The 992 GT3 RS has almost turned into the new Supra or R34, getting posted on like every TikTok edit. It's an incredibly good car, but not the craziest car to ever exist. Maybe it could low-key use a little less hype. That being said, Porsche definitely makes track-ready cars. They're super overbuilt, they have amazing handling and traction through corners because of the high caster track-built geometry and a mid-engine layout. Also, the engines are super reliable. Shit, maybe they do deserve the hype and I'm just an asshole, I don't know. If you drive a Porsche, you're most likely really cool. Lincoln! Who the hell drives a Lincoln? The only person who I can...
People with money! Money. People with money and people who want to be comfy. Because, one of my like ideal cars is the old Lincoln Town cars. I see when I was younger, when Canito was little, and you called a black cab, right? You know, they were because you have yellow cabs that you can't call, and then you have the livery cabs or the black cabs, whatever they call them, that you call and they come to your house and they take you to a place. A lot of times it was the Lincoln Town car, and it was a very nice, fancy ride. And I still to this day remember just how absolutely comfy they were. They were a dream to ride in. And I think Lincoln now, I'm going to guess, if there's still any cars that bear the Lincoln badge, they're probably SUVs. And they're probably really big, really comfy SUVs. And I like that. It's like a couch inside a monster truck.
Think of that I've seen anywhere near a Lincoln is the...
Yep, there we go. Big, comfy SUVs. And hey, I like that.
Old guy from Tulsa King. So if you drive a Lincoln, consider yourself an unk. These cars have lots of benefits.
Yeah. They're definitely an old people car. Definitely not something... It's not something that's like young and hip and cool because it doesn't have a lot of power or it's not flashy. But it's comfy. And as someone who spends a lot of time just in his car, sometimes I'll spend a couple hours just chilling in my car, vaping, editing videos, just watching the world, go by on the street. As I'm like parked and watching cars go by, watching people walk by. Just kind of like enjoying the day when it's not too miserable out. And it's nice to have a nice comfy car. My cars, I consider my car comfy, but I know these are like a whole new level of comfy. Because they're designed to feel luxurious. And how do you feel luxurious? You make people comfortable. So, I would assume that the seats are nice and plushy and shit, and it smells nice. Damn. Now I want a Lincoln.
And they're mostly boring. The benefits are for the feeble non-car person. These cars are more like spaceships because they're really quiet, super smooth, and very comfy. Literally a...
Did they say that? See? Hey, look. I like being comfy, okay? I'm a sweatpants and t-shirt kind of guy. You have to get me to dress up for something. Because I just want to be comfortable, man. I just want to not have to, strain. I just want to be nice and comfy. So I can appreciate a Lincoln.
Street legal couch. In 1922, Henry Ford bought Lincoln to beat Cadillac in the luxury
street legal couch. I like that.
Car department. From 1939 to 2003, every president rode in a Lincoln. If it was comfy enough for a president, they're...
Exactly. See what I'm talking about? And look, I spend, even when I'm not chilling in my car, I spend a good deal of time in my car, right? Going to and from work, going to and from my mom's house, going to and from wherever the fuck I'm going. I want to be comfy. Comfort matters. So, I can understand why people would want to drive a Lincoln.
Probably pretty nice. They also stuffed V12s into these Johns so they could get moving. Once Ford started modernizing, Lincolns got cheaper and lost their soul. If you're driving, or at least being driven in a Lincoln, you're definitely a CEO mafia boss.
Yeah.
Not you're just a dude who isn't interested in cars but needed that Lincoln comfort. Lada. If you're whipping around a Lada, your base is crap. If you've ever owned a Lada, you know
I didn't even know that was a brand.
how damn good they are. You have lots of class and show your car some love. Even if you do beat on it and drive it as hard as you can, Ladas were meant to be beaten, so it's like a hard love relationship. As a Lada driver, you took something cheap, unloved, and ugly and turned it into something loved and beautiful. Ladas are super reliable and fun. Their engines run off little to no oil. It doesn't matter what kind of gas you put in these things because they're happy with whatever. Ladas are a perfect blueprint for building a cool car. They're great rally cars and do pretty well off-roading due to their rear solid axle and trailing arms design. These cars can also be fixed with pretty much just a hammer, so if you break down on a trail, it'd be super easy to get things running again. Luckily with a Lada, you don't need any gay specialty tools from the manufacturer, you just need a creative imagination. Cadillac. Cadillacs low-key have aura, guys. A murdered out Blackwing that's lowered kind of goes crazy. This shit pulls too. These cars have supercharged V8s and come with
it's like a luxurious fucking Camaro or some shit.
a manual transmission. This company is a cornerstone of America. Its presence is huge, and they used to make crazy aircraft engines that would be fitted into fighter planes, bombers, and all sorts of military equipment. Their engineering became so good, these engines could run for hours, even days, in freezing conditions, full throttle, and with zero failure. This is why Cadillac has been one of the most dominant teams in endurance racing. While other teams are fooling around with small turbocharged engines, Cadillac brings in their big American
No replacement for displacement!
V8s that don't fucking break. Cadillac did have a time where they were fumbling the bag though. They started making cheaper cars with less power and shitty interiors, and they even stooped as low as front-wheel drive. Luckily, they realized their mistakes and brought it back with the V-Series, which had cars like the Blackwing. This company basically makes cars with Lincoln's comfort and Dodge's power. Cadillac is
Yeah. Cadillac's another brand I'm fond of.
extremely based. Jaguar. I wonder if Jaguar became a car brand because not enough old people were driving cars. You have to be collecting Social Security to be able to get a Jaguar. But this is low-key a sleeper brand. These cars have great personalities. They're not reliable, they're expensive, and they always have problems. But I'm not saying Jaguar can't build a car. They made disc brakes viable and popular. They're one of the first racing teams to use aerodynamic bodywork and to use lightweight alloys in their car's chassis. Not to mention they won Le Mans 5 times, but that was back in the 50s, and a lot has changed since then. Their old cars are cool and pretty unique, but I don't know why you would buy their modern car
Bro, what the fuck is that?
over any other brand. Jags are always having issues and really have no benefits to them unless you're a die-hard Jaguar fan. The most reasonable explanation to owning a Jaguar is to have it as a centerpiece in your mansion, because not many people are going to waste their money on a Jaguar. Range Rover. If you own a Range Rover, you're insanely British, and that's about all I have to say about them. Okay, no, but seriously, Range Rovers are solid cars. They're great at off-roading from the factory. They come with a bunch of nice little rich-ass features like locking differentials, adjustable air suspension, damn terrain response systems. It changes your throttle response, enhances your traction control. It also selects your gears differently if it's an automatic for the best traction.
This shit also changes differentials and suspension to be most optimal.
Anyway, it's advanced, super over-engineered, and British as crap. With all this high-tech junk, you can expect a pretty expensive repair bill when something breaks. And yes, things will definitely break, unfortunately. Overall, these cars are incredibly lavish, luxurious, and British. Aston Martin. Green. The most prominent part of this car brand is the iconic green they use. This color literally looks so fine, holy moly. If you bought a car from this brand somehow, you're the kind of guy to sip whiskey and wear a tailored suit everywhere. Even in the car, you're gonna find these cars packing V8s, V12s, and this shit's simply majestic. This company doesn't play either. They're front engine, rear wheel drive cars. Raw. Not some bullshit mid-engine trying to grip max. They're sharp, they handle well, but only if you got that dog in you. People who drive these cars are way too tough. Dudes will drive their Aston wherever they go, and they will get the most out of their car instead of leaving it to rot in a garage. But all the fun must end somewhere, of course. And when it comes to reliability, Aston Martin is not exactly winning medals.
Let's see another one.
I saw a dude drive
Your car brand stereotypes too. Also by gas.
I saw a dude driving an Infiniti G35.
Yeah, when I see someone drive one of those, I'm like, oh yeah, he's trouble. That's trouble. They're up. Look, here comes trouble.
Other day, and he looked way too comfortable. There is no way that car has you feeling that badass. Anyway, this is what your car brand says about you, part 2. Starting off with Infiniti.
This is a strong one, fellas.
On paper, Infinitis are good cars. They're reliable-ish and cheap and perform pretty well, but I'm not gonna lie guys, if you're driving one of these, you're probably on your way to the mall in some pajama pants, rocking Edgar cut and looking for talky girls. No hate at all, this is just the Infiniti demographic. Something that sucks about Infinitis is that 95% of them are automatics. Driving an automatic isn't exactly a bad thing, but I find manuals to be a lot more enjoyable. Especially if the automatic transmission is so ass that you have to help it shift with the throttle pedal. The good thing about Infinitis is that they're not a bad base to build off of. Most of the time they have 6-cylinder engines with a pretty good chassis. You'll probably see some people shredding these at the track or local drift course, since they're really good cars for the price. Other than seeing them at the track, expect to spot a couple of these lonely Infinitis enjoying their local 4-way intersection in the middle of the night. A lot of people that buy Infinitis won't really do any mods other than stick some LED lights inside of them and make
Nice. I like that. I should do that to my car.
be some questionable rims. Of course, if
Now I kind of want to do the Patrick rims.
have a 3-inch straight pipe from the headers back, but otherwise these things are stock. If you're into big chaotic battles with tanks, jets, and even ships, War Thunder is for you then. Forget everything you know about war games. War Thunder is a free-to-play, large-scale multiplayer action game that'll bring you a storm of unforgettable experiences. Fight in the skies, assault enemy positions on the ground, or send your foes to the bottom of the ocean, all in one game. There's a ton of vehicles, and they all feel different from one another, and the damage is actually satisfying. Instead of just generic health bars, you hit a certain part of the enemy's vehicle, and it could actually impact the way they play. Like if you hit a tank's tracks, they're stuck now. The X-ray cam shows what your shot hits, so you can literally see why it worked. It also has advanced stuff like guided weapons, smoke, night vision, and protection systems, so it's not just point and shoot. And you can upgrade and customize your vehicles with the modules and visuals, so your vehicles don't look like everyone else. And the new update, Line of Contact, makes everything even bigger. Infantry is now a part of the game in a closed testing mode, so battles feel more like a war zone with infantry vehicles and aircraft involved. They also added new vehicles like the Terminator combat vehicle, the Ajax tank, and modern aircraft like the Typhoon and the Super Hornet. Plus, the winter map Poland got reworked, and the graphics and sound got improved too. Download War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox using the link at the very top of the description. New players and anyone who hasn't played it for 6 months or more can get bonuses like 100,000 Silver Lions, the Eagle of Valor, Decorator, and more. If you want to play it on your phone, War Thunder Mobile is also free on iOS and Android. Use the other link at the top and you're in. When I think Audi, I think fierce, competitive, classy, the pinnacle of German engineering.
Almost because BMW is better, of course.
One Audi that comes
I think dickhead.
to mind is the Sport Quattro. It's a fucking beast that crushed the Group B competition. Or the Audi R8, a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist's favorite car, Tony Stark. And of course, the Audi RS6, a luxury car that can get down and dirty. Owning an Audi isn't about being flashy and showing off. They're about showing up, getting the job done, and destroying the competition while doing so. If you drive an Audi, you're a humble guy who knows his cars. You're classy, and you probably have a Richard Mille, and you maintain your car properly, doing everything to spec. Audis are great cars. They have power, balance, comfort, and they have fashion. But most importantly, and probably what they're most well known for, is their impeccable 5-cylinder engines. These things sound amazing. What sets Audi's 5-cylinder engines apart from others is the fact that they are built to be used and abused, where other 5-cylinder engines are built more to commute to work and back. Modern Audi 5-cylinder engines are built mostly out of iron rather than aluminum, which helps it take a way harder beating than those regular aluminum blocks that you'll find on most economy cars. Audi also designed their modern 5-cylinders to have huge main journals for smoother rotation and better lubrication, thick crank webs for added strength and rigidity, stronger rods to handle loads of boost, and a deeper engine block skirt adding to the strength of the engine. I mean, these things can handle loads of boost and run like 700 horsepower on stock internals. Not to mention, those Audi cylinder walls are thicker than an Infiniti driver's passenger princess, which lets these engines run crazy numbers on pump gas. And I didn't even mention how good their all-wheel drive system is, but I think their record in rally speaks for itself. Anyway, Audi is really good at over-engineering stuff, which can lead to higher prices and more expensive maintenance costs, but Audi owners know it's definitely worth it, and they can probably afford it. Volkswagen. Honestly, when I think of Volkswagen, I think mom car or maybe like a cheap-ass front-wheel drive piece of shit. If you're driving a Volkswagen, you might be a broke high schooler who's crashed their car more times than they've skipped their homeroom class. Or maybe you're just a humble car enthusiast who low-key doesn't ask for much. You like to take your scenic drives along the back roads and kind of stay out of harm's way. But Volkswagen is a lot more than meets the eye. These dudes own Audi, Porsche, Lamborghini, Bentley, Bugatti, Skoda, Ducati, and some other weird European companies. So it's safe to say Volkswagen knows exactly what they're doing. And they have hella resources at their disposal to make a good car. Unfortunately, Volkswagen really only focuses on making economy cars, so they're mostly low-key boring. Other than the Beetle, of course. I mean, this is a classic. Who doesn't love a Beetle? And then you have the Golf GTI or R. These cars are pretty good other than the GTI being front-wheel drive. They're well balanced, they have short wheelbases, and are pretty practical and super moddable. I think these cars kind of get a bad rep because most of the demographic that owns them is kind of broccoli head TikTokers, but these cars really are not a joke. And even the newer ones have a manual option, which is super fun. Honestly, a practical, fun, compact car didn't really exist before the GTI. The GTI paved the roads for this category and it did it really well. That's why we see Civics, Corollas, Ford Focuses, so we have Volkswagen to thank for all that, kinda. I also think Volkswagen vans are pretty cool too. They have a nice vibe to them. But probably the most praised thing to come out of Volkswagen would be the inline 4 1.9 TDI. These things are absolutely... Inside the engines, there's a forged crank and huge bearings inside a cast iron block with low RPM, high compression. Just tuning these engines could get you up to 300 horsepower, not to mention their iconic sound. W Volkswagen. Jeep. Guys, if you drive a Jeep, what are we doing? If you drive a Jeep, you definitely get Starbucks every morning and order a mocha spice pumpkin latte or some bullshit. And you only use the off-roading suspension to get over curbs at that same Starbucks.
I drove a Jeep, but I used it to get through snow to get to work.
Jeeps aren't necessarily bad besides the death wobbles at 25 miles an hour. I'd say it's more of a community issue. Although the company itself has been messing up a bit too. Take something like the Rubicon for example. That thing costs more than a Toyota Tacoma TRD Pro. Even a used Porsche Cayenne is cheaper than a Rubicon. And to be honest, the Porsche would probably last longer on a dirt road than the Jeep. Just one drop of water on a precious Jeep sensor will cost 8 bands to fix. There are however, some very acceptable Jeeps. The XJ.
Oh, XJ, my beloved.
CJs. TJs.
Dream car right there.
Maybe even some of the ZJs and
Yeah, those are pretty good too. Those are solid.
WJs. Overall, if
I'm just more of an XJ person because I'm a 90s kid and that was like the thing when I was a kid. I miss my XJ.
You know what you're doing when you're driving a Jeep and you have one of the good ones, you get a pass. The other Jeeps just stick to collecting dust. Mitsubishi is a hard one. There's so many good things about this brand and so many bad ones. If you're driving a Mitsubishi, you either have crazy ball knowledge and a love for cars, or you're a grandma looking to buy a cheap EV or economy car. At first, Mitsubishi was pumping out crazy cars, and it really seemed like they were going somewhere. But then they decided to become boring. This awesome company started making stupid, boring economy cars that were low-key terrible, and now they're making EVs. What happened? They used to be a golden company that could have gone big. They made bangers like the Lancer Evolution, which was a WRX killer, and it has crazy good all-wheel drive. It has a fucking active center diff, mechanical LSDs, torque biasing, all that good stuff. The engine was an inline 4, not some lame-ass boxer that could boost more than Yamaha. They're reliable engines too. They also made cars like the Galant VR4, which is low-key an underground sleeper. 4 doors, 4 cylinders, 4-wheel drive steering, 4-wheel drive. That thing was diabolical. And then they went and made some other cars like the Eclipse and the 3000 GT, which were cool but not quite as peak. Mitsubishi guys low-key know what they're doing, and they're humble about having such cool cars, except for the Instagram comments talking about
my evil organic Subaru twin.
And then they don't actually even have a car. Ferrari. Guys, if you own a Ferrari, you're low-key too rich to even flex it. Of course, there will be Ferrari owners who take their cars to Cars and Coffee or something, but I find that a lot of people buy Ferrari for the brand rather than the car, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because most of the time, Ferrari owners are too rich to even care. Ferrari is high-key based though, because if you want to buy a Ferrari, you have to be lit and respected. It's not like you can just walk into a dealership and buy a Ferrari. You need to have background checks run on you, and you kind of need to be tight with the dealership. So really, owning a Ferrari is like being in an exclusive club. Ferrari guys, for the most part, are the chillest rich dudes. If you like Ferrari, but you're not quite in the financial situation to drop a bag on a red piece of metal, you're still cool because Ferrari fans are low-key based too. Ferrari has good teams and makes great cars. Other than the Ferrari F1 team, they never win anything, and they always have the worst strategy calls, like sending a driver onto a wet-ass course on slick tires. But other than F1, they definitely dominate. They have a good run going in the World Endurance Championship right now with their crazy good Ferrari 499P hypercar, which sounds fucking amazing, by the way. And they have historically always
I don't have an issue with Ferraris.
Done well in racing. Saturn. Who the hell is driving a Saturn, bro? Dead ass? If you're into cars and have a
Someone old, maybe?
Saturn, please, bro, please get something new. Even if you have to take out a loan, just do it. The body panels of these cars are dead ass made of plastic. I'm not even kidding. This brand makes actual Lego cars. If you're driving one of these, you might be off some shit and you definitely have hit multiple pedestrians. Saturn was born when GM created it as a new company to compete with reliable, cheap Japanese imports. All hate aside, they're super reliable, super cheap, and super durable. GM actually had to take funding away from Saturn since they were outperforming GM cars at the time. Even though they're super cheap and reliable, they still suck. If you drive a Saturn, bro, please just sell it. Chrysler drive.
Sell it to me.
You guys have aura, but not the good-looking aura. More of like a trained assassin, overqualified old man type of aura. If you're driving a Chrysler, you're low-key just Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad. And you're probably doing quick jobs for cash and low-key might be making bank. I can't lie though, if you're rocking a car like a blacked out Chrysler 300 with some
I love this car.
sick mods, you're kind of cooking. Your car taste is unique but based. You're swagging out with your Rolex, sipping on Henny while you're blasting down the road on your 6.4 liter V8, rocking out to that one Despicable Me song. You love the comfort of your car and it still makes nice power. I mean, this company has been on the verge of bankruptcy multiple times and they were like,
Let's put a 500 horsepower engine in a grocery getter.
and then all of a sudden it's a cool brand again.
Hey, alright. Let's watch the first one.
I feel like people act different.
The first, your car brand stereotypes. I gassy. Let's check it out.
I feel like people act differently based on what they're driving. If they're driving something like a Ram 2500, they're probably feeling all blue collar and tough. If they're driving a BMW 5 Series, they're probably smirking behind the tinted windows and feeling like the Wolf of Wall Street. Some people buy cars from certain brands to show off who they are. And the brand you buy from says a lot about your personality, but it might not be exactly what you want. This is what your car brand says about you. Tesla. Toyota.
I actually got into an issue with a Tesla today. They cut me off, no turn signal. I follow them all the way into almost Nassau County on their bumper with my high beams on.
Toyota is kind of ball knowledge. If you drive a Toyota, you just know who you are and what you're worth. Your time and money is better spent on a Toyota than in some fake luxury car. You know that.
Yep.
With a Toyota, you can get wherever you need to go instead of waiting for AAA on the side of the road with a BMW. Also, Toyota makes some of the best cars. The 4Runner, the
Yes, Toyota is the king.
Tacoma, the GRs. Toyota makes some great cars. Subaru.
Subaru.
In my opinion,
You like to vape.
if you drive any older Subaru, you're 100% based. The older Outback, Legacy, and even the WRXs were all better than they are now. The new ones are just too messed up. Like the newer Outback is just pretty boring besides the dude from my Discord server. They have CVT transmissions, they're really big, and the engines usually aren't that powerful. The old ones were obviously slower, but they would come with manual transmissions, they were way smaller, and they were just cooler in my opinion. Same goes for the Forester and many other Subarus. If you drive a newer Subaru, you're slightly boring, besides the dude from my server of course. And if you drive an older one and really go on some adventures with it, you're so cool. You probably have a golden retriever, vape a lot, and have colored hair. And you're at least
Yeah, probably.
a little bit gay, but that's okay because your car probably smells like raspberry and wet dog type of mix. Also, why are Subarus like the puppies of cars? I don't know. They just seem, I feel like that's just how they are. BMW.
You don't know what a turn signal is.
To the gassy Discord server, BMWs are the most overrated car brand. However, I'd like to argue that there's a few sides to BMW. If you have a G80 or something, you're probably just a drop shipper, under the age of 20, or your parents bought it for you. You only got this because you saw everybody on TikTok had them. You have no idea what it actually is. You don't have a love for BMW or anything to do with cars. You just like people looking at you. Older BMWs are a different perspective. The 2002, the E24, and other similar ones offer a very engaging and very fun driving experience. They're definitely enthusiast cars. If you don't drive your BMW for the badge and instead drive it for what it's meant to be, you're a BMW baller. If you have a BMW SUV, you're the absolute best taxi that your friends could ever wish for. These cars are
That is true. That is true.
Trackhawk killers and super comfortable. I don't think most BMW SUVs hold true to BMW's core values, but they're definitely a very cool daily option. Hyundai and Kia. If you drive a Kia or a Hyundai, you're very ethical and it pisses me off. They're very cheap cars, somewhat reliable, and generally pretty boring. If you manage to own one,
I drive a Hyundai. Yes, that's exactly why I got it, because it's inexpensive and somewhat reliable and just kind of regular car traffic.
of these for more than a week without it getting stolen, and these cars are reasonable for commuting. Honestly, I'd suggest you just leave it downtown with a USB stick next to it, let it get stolen, and let that insurance money hit. You're probably not going to care about that piece of shit anyway. I get if you have a Kia Stinger or a Hyundai N thingy, then it's pretty cool, but I don't know if Hyundai or Kia are ever going to outrun their pasts. These cars are just kind of boring. Also, what the hell is up with Kia Souls just being the most dangerous cars on the road? People who are driving Kia Souls are always causing some kind of fatal accident for no reason at all. Also, those cars look butt ugly. There's so many other options before getting a fucking Kia Soul. If you want a cube like
I like the Kia Soul.
that, you should get like a Ford Flex.
And honestly, the Kia Soul is pretty spacious on the inside compared to how it looks on the outside. A friend of mine had one for a time.
One of those cube cars. Anything but a Soul. Those things are so ugly. Lexus. If you're driving an older Lexus, you're kind of like a luxury Asian core. I feel like you're super luxury and super Asian. Lexus is such a great brand. Reliable, quick, comfortable. The only thing that keeps me from getting one is that they're hard to find with a manual transmission most of the time. It's literally owned by Toyota, so they always make great cars. If you drive a Lexus, you're probably more into the comfort of driving than the sport. Mercedes. If you drive a Mercedes, you're either rich or coping for not being rich.
Yep.
To be fair, their base model cars are pretty nice too, so I don't blame you for getting one. People who drive a Mercedes are cool. They're real life mob bosses. Fun fact, everybody who owns a Mercedes has a Tommy gun in their trunk, cannoli between two fingers, and a cool gangster hat. Also, Mercedes made that one ad with the dude spinning tires at the stop sign, which was super badass, so yeah. If you drive a Mercedes, you're cool. Ford. If you drive a Ford, you are a man. Even if you're not actually a man, you're definitely a man. Ford is every dude's basic necessity. Whether it's a Ford Ranger, an F-150, a Mustang, or a Focus ST, these cars are dude cars. Well, maybe not the lame Ford Focus or any of those weird ones, but for the most part, Ford is a basic necessity
Maybe a cop.
for dudes. If you drive a
You're probably a cop.
Ford, something
Unless it's a Mustang, in which case you might be straight out of basic training.
and cool, then you're awesome. If you drive like a Ford F650 for no reason at all, you should probably sell it and get a Prius. Lamborghini. Alright, I hate to admit it, you're pretty loaded. If you're in the financial situation to drop a couple hundred racks on a car, you're definitely loaded. But do you know cars? There's so many Lamborghini owners that buy the car just for the status symbol, and it's kind of sad. Yes, they're really cool cars, and maybe I'm just jealous, but I would personally spend my money on a car from a different brand if I had the opportunity. If you drive a Honda or an Acura, you drove a car from a very good company. I wish they made more rear-wheel drive cars, but they still make good ones. The S2K is a great choice, of course, and then the Civic Type R, and if you want a little bit of Honda ball knowledge, the 2000 CR-V is super dope. It comes with a table, which is definitely a plus. If you drive a Honda or an Acura, you really like cars, and you wanted to buy something less expensive so you can build it up and make it awesome. Chevy. Chevy dudes kind of remind me of Mater. Why did so many cool car brands have to become boring and safe? Nissan is a prime example. We went from the 180SX, the 240SX, and now we have this bullshit. I'm not saying Altima drivers are safe by any means.
They are not. They are menaces.
Their new crap is just more boring than their old crap. Safety should definitely come second with cars in my opinion. If you drive a newer Nissan, you're a level up from the Kias.
That's what I drive. Oh my god, and it's even the same fucking trim level.
Hyundais. If it's an old one, not Datsun old, but just a bit older, then you're really cool. Wait, I almost forgot about the Zs. The 350Z doesn't look amazing in my opinion, but it's a good car for drifting. You literally just need to weld the diff and then you're good to go. So Nissan, you're cool, I guess. Mini drivers are definitely bold. These cars are cooler than you'd think though. I personally don't love the way they look, but holy shit, are they fun to drive. These things stick to the ground. They come with a 6-speed manual transmission and usually have a reasonably cool engine. My Mini Cooper is the R53, so it comes with a supercharged 4-cylinder engine, which
never been a big Mini guy.
Really fun. They can look somewhat cool, but honestly, I'd just say you need a good amount of self-esteem if you're gonna drive one of these. Saab is ball knowledge. These things can get down.
It's a Saab.
You drive a Saab, I feel like you're a bit mysterious, and you can actually drive that thing for what it's worth. It was a Swedish brand born out of an airplane brand. They're just about as safe as Volvos. I don't know why Swedish people are so good at making safe cars, but keep it up, I guess.
Yeah, I love Volvos, especially those old boxy fucking station wagon biddies. Those are so good.
If you have a Saab, you definitely listen to indie rock music and you're very particular about coffee. Fiat is Ferrari's deformed dwarf runt half-brother. Basically, their only connection is that they're both Italian. Fiats are kind of like the Italian Mini Coopers in the way that they just stick to the ground. I would never bring one of these cars to a drag strip, but they're very ideal canyon carvers. Volvo, peak human ever. Volvo owners are the absolute best. Owning a sleeper Volvo is possibly the most humble thing you can do. Volvos can do everything and they're super safe too. Have you ever met an asshole Volvo owner?
No.
Neither. They're always the best. The V70R and the S60R are awesome, of course, and the Volvo 240 can do anything. So yeah, keep it up, Volvo.
Yeah, these are fucking tanks.
Well, if you own a Volvo, you're winning in life. Alfa Romeo. You're just like the BMW dudes.
My coworker drives one of those.
But with a hint of Italian. Actually, more than a hint of Italian. You're very Italian. Also, these cars are
He is Italian.
Harder to fix than BMWs. So the car's either broken or you're just a really good mechanic. Mazdas are kind of sleepers. If you drive a Mazda, you're either a high schooler with a bit too much horsepower, or you're a car guy and you know about Mazda's untapped potential. The Mazda Speed 6, for example, makes 275 horsepower stock. It's all-wheel drive and it can come with a 6-speed manual. They're also pretty reliable, and they're reasonably priced too. Of course, Mazda also made the RX-7 and all those other cool cars that I don't want to talk about right now. Mazda drivers are either a little bit annoying or just chill dudes who like cars. What other brands do you guys want to hear about? Let me know in the comments if you'd like a part 2 to this video. Also, please subscribe so I can hit 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Please. Thank you.
All right.
What is it, guys? It is your
Fears for Palestine got a horrific reality check by the cyberpunk dingo. Let's check it out.
What is up, guys? It is your friendly neighborhood dingo, and in today's video we are once again going to see that the Queers for Palestine Alliance, or the Gays for Gaza, or well, the LGBTQ community's love fest for Islam isn't working
Chickens for KFC?
out the way they thought it would. Of course, this is to the surprise of absolutely nobody. We all knew this was going to
More like Jews for Hitler?
happen. But once again, I have to say, you can only try to explain these things to someone a certain amount of times before you're like, fuck, this person is a lost cause. Completely. You cannot convince these people. Whatever evidence you might put out,
They go full retard. And you never go full retard.
they'll still be too afraid to call out what is something everybody else understands, and that is unfortunately also reality. We saw this only recently when a neurosurgeon drove into a gay pride parade. And what did the organizers come out and say afterwards? They said, we wish that the driver was in fact a white Christian man. They were really hoping that the person who
Oh my god.
died and their friends who got injured in that Islamist attack were attacked by someone other than who actually hates them. That is how brain dead they are. Now, of course, we have to turn our attention this time to Australia, unfortunately. Once again, you have to contend with the fact that this is what happens when you bring in large numbers of people from Islamic countries, and the people responsible in this case were actually children of migrants from Islamic countries. And funny enough, I'll let you watch this, but funny enough, at the start, they don't mention who the perpetrators were, but you can tell almost immediately that no other group would go through such an effort to do this to gay people. Just have a watch.
Evening, a gang of teenage boys is accused of luring victims on dating apps before sexually assaulting and robbing them. Police say the syndicate is responsible for nearly a dozen incidents, and one of its alleged members is just 16. Crime reporter Gillian Lantouris with this exclusive report.
In a world of digital romance, these teenagers are accused of brutal sexual assaults and armed robberies, targeting men seeking out love.
Dating apps, no matter what one it is and no matter what they tell you, do not vet their users.
Police allege the group of teenagers has been using dating apps to lure unsuspecting men into meeting them. The victims are then allegedly sexually assaulted, bashed, robbed, threatened and subjected to homophobic slurs, often taking place in bushland and secluded areas, including the Dandenong Trail.
You need to be very alert to the risk and the danger of meeting a random person in a place that is lonely and isolated.
Following 11 incidents in the Greater Dandenong area, 5 boys aged 16 to 18 years old were arrested and charged. One of the 18-year-olds, Kazim Rahimi, fronted court today, supported by his family.
Sir, do you have anything to say about the allegations against your son?
That 18-year-old is accused of sexually assaulting one victim and robbing another at knife point. He will have to see a youth justice worker and will apply for bail later in the week.
Do you have anything to say on behalf of Kazim?
No comments. Don't ever be afraid to come forward if it has gone pear-shaped. Please make sure that you do report that to police. It is a crime.
Gillian Lantouris, 9 News.
Now here's the problem with some of that reporting as well. They are blaming the dating apps. The lady goes up there and says, oh, hold on, dating apps don't vet these people. But how in the world would a dating website know that this is a gang of Muslim youths who are luring in homosexual men to attack and assault them? How would a dating app know?
It wouldn't.
That even if they run some standard search on it, because this is a very rare thing generally. And I've seen a number of these cases, not just from Australia, from other countries before. And yes, every single time, it's the same group of people who are up to this. You also have to wonder, hey, why do they need to go through this sort of effort? I mean, I understand, even in Australia, there would be a lot of people who don't necessarily agree with LGBTQ communities and their lifestyle. And yet, they don't go through that same effort. These values that these young people are being taught are also, remember, being taught at home. That is exactly why those parents turned up to support them in court. These countries that these parents come from, they almost certainly punish homosexuals, whether it be through imprisonment or even the death penalty in certain Islamic countries. And remember, when there was the plebiscite for gay marriage to be legalized held in Australia, what was the demographic or the geographic area that was responsible for the most number of no votes? It was Western Sydney, in areas where Muslims live. And yet, at the head of all these pro-Palestine marches, at the head of trying to whitewash Islam, at the head of saying, no, Islam is not the problem, it is other religions that have a problem with gay people, are the same people whose communities are getting victimized. You've got to ask, is it Stockholm Syndrome, perhaps the battered wife syndrome? Whatever it might be, these people are not learning their lesson. But this is in Australia. I don't know what the data is for Australian gay people voting for right-wing parties, but I know for a fact that many countries in Europe, including Germany, there's a growing number of people who are now planning to vote for right-wing parties who are now certain restrictions on immigration from Islamic countries. Why? Because they've realized these rights that they have taken for granted in the past, 50 years, are going to get eroded rapidly if they allow more of these people from Islamic countries to come in where gay people aren't treated really well. In fact, many countries actually execute them. If there are so many people, hundreds of thousands of these people coming into these countries and they are given voting rights, what's going to happen to your rights? Because gay people would never ever outnumber
the Islamic population. That's just not going to happen. And like I always say, it doesn't need to be something passed into law initially, at least. At a certain percentage of the population, they'll understand this in regular life. They might perhaps be turned away from certain businesses, and the people doing so won't be very explicit about it. But the people who are victims will absolutely understand what's going on, but they will then be too afraid to speak out because they are paralyzed by the fear of being called racist or Islamophobic. There'll be neighbourhoods that change to have a lot of people like what we saw in Australia, where gay people essentially do not feel safe anymore, so they have to move out. And this will keep happening again and again until people realise, wait a minute, this has not worked out. This form of multiculturalism isn't working out for anybody. And once again, after Berlin, gay people once again are being attacked and brutalised by Muslims. And I hope more gay people, especially in Australia, learn and realise and understand exactly what is happening before it is too late. And on that note, guys, that's all I had. If you enjoyed that video, please give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the song that's coming up, and I'll see you next time.
リンゴ、準備はいいか?
In the neon haze of a broken dawn, steel towers hum, but the wild runs on. A shadow moves through the circus below, half machine, half beast, with a violet glow. They thought the outback was lost to the flame, but a dingo returned with a coat in his veins. Save up on dingo, racing through the night, claws on chrome, eyes burning bright, guarding a future the core can't control, running on data but driven by soul.
Within every single one of us, there are approximately
The forgotten prehistoric war that killed 95% of all men by Extinct Zoo. Let's check this out.
Within every single one of us, there are approximately 3.16 billion base pairs of DNA, which contain not only our genetic information, but also hold our deepest biological secrets, including the darkest, most twisted ones. At least, that's the case according to a few studies, which have apparently found evidence that not so long ago, much of the known world was rife in violent, bloody conflict that was so brutal that its ramifications have lasted until today. It is completely unknown to most, and yet in some ways represents the first global conflict humanity has ever experienced, as it spanned across much of the inhabited world, making violence near universal and escape impossible. It's not every day that we find evidence for such a destructive conflict, let alone through our very own DNA. But that's supposedly what happened after researchers analyzed the genomes of modern populations, finding evidence of a very distinct genetic bottleneck. Now, bottlenecks in general is what occurs when a population experiences a drastic drop in numbers, resulting in lower genetic diversity. And it is honestly somewhat common in nature, with even humans having endured more than one, with a particularly deadly and famous one having took place approximately 900,000 years ago due to Mother Nature's shenanigans. But the one I'm talking about, and that these researchers identified, was much more recent and seemingly our own fault. To be exact, a team took a look at chromosome sequences in contemporary humans, and noticed evidence of a massive drop in genetic diversity only a few thousand years ago during the late Neolithic period in the Old World, i.e. Europe, Asia, Middle East, etc., and suggesting that a lot of people died or disappeared relatively quickly. Now, anything that heavily impacts a population could have been considered an answer to this mysterious die-off. Yet what was so odd is that the bottleneck was only really seen in Y chromosome diversity, which is unique to males and passed on from father to son.
While in the mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down through females, researchers found no matching drop in diversity. In other words, something had happened which clearly affected a lot of men, but not nearly as many women, leading to the researchers' idea that unprecedented violence may have had been the explanation. Because, if the perpetrator was a volcanic eruption, severe weather, or some other form of Mother Nature, you'd expect the drop in genetic diversity to be more or less equal between genders, not just in one. And really, a drop is not the best word to describe what happened to the men, as a more appropriate word would be decimated, with the scientists estimating that this event was so horrific that by the time it subsided, the effective male population in Africa, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East had been reduced by up to 95%, meaning that theoretically, only 1 in 20 men survived this purge, with women possibly outnumbering men 17 to 1. No conflict in recorded history comes even close to this kind of lethality by a percentage, not even World War I or World War II. And if you wanted to recreate such a brutal conflict today, then there'd have to be a loss of approximately 3.9 billion men, leaving only about 200 million standing. Naturally, when someone claims that our DNA is proof that a terrible conflict happened, you'd expect to find at least a couple of bodies lying around that we could point to as hard evidence. And as it turns out, there are lots and lots and lots of them. In fact, it's actually hard to miss them, and we discovered well over 250 late Neolithic dated sites where violent deaths have occurred, and that's just in Europe alone. And even in general, Neolithic humans are notorious for being found in grim conditions, and containing unparalleled amounts of bodily harm, especially when compared to earlier or later humans. With one analysis of more than 2,300 early farmers, finding that over 10% of the men and women displayed injuries reflecting weapons, likely from raiding parties or competition that attacked for their crops and livestock. Another analysis of 338 individuals in Spain found that 23% showed signs of aggressive damage, with adult and adolescent males especially being heavily impacted, making up 97% of the unhealed individuals and 81% of those that showed healed trauma, suggesting that it was very common to experience more than one violent encounter in a lifetime. And obviously these numbers are pretty darn high, but they're not the 95% inferred in the study. Yet research points out that in many cases, violent attacks don't actually leave marks in the bones, with only 15% of fatal melee attacks with sharp weapons leaving any sort of bone lesions behind. And you also have to take into account infections, disease, and other indirect modes of death that are associated with conflict. Now, obviously, these weren't the first people to be found murdered by their own, but their frequency was no doubt extreme. And scientists noted two things that became exceptionally common during this period: battles and indiscriminate massacres, with multiple sites of brutality being known of. One of the most gruesome is the Talheim death pit located in Germany, which is dated to about 5000 BC. Here, scientists unearthed the remains of at least 34 individuals who had been brutally slain. And what's crazy is that none of the skeletons bore any kind of defensive injuries, which implies that they were fleeing and not fighting the attacking party. And across the board, the killing blows could all be placed in just 3 categories: those that were made by a sharp side of an adze-like tool, those by the blunt side, and finally, the ones killed by arrows, which only accounted for 3 of the 34 victims. Analysis on the skulls also showed that warriors back then often aimed for the head, with all but 4 of the skeletons having lethal cranial injuries, sometimes on top of already deadly wounds. And among the dead, 16 had been children, 9 of them adult men, and 7 being older females, while younger women were noticeably absent, a popular theme amongst Neolithic massacre sites, suggesting that they were viewed as valuable and likely as a trophy, being kidnapped by the victors. This particular attack took place within a settlement that possessed fortifications, like palisades, which only further proves that back then, there was a strong need to wall yourself off from other humans. And sure enough, other massacre sites that took place in settlements also had fortifications, like the Massacre of Schlitz, which likely took place in 5000 BC as well, occurring not so far away in Austria. And this one was far deadlier, with 200 victims being known of that were carelessly dumped in a mass grave after a raid on a settlement. Like Talheim, there was again a noticeable lack of dead women, and lots of dead men, but this slaughter did differ in some ways. First off, on top of presumably kidnapping adult women, they also might have captured pre-teens and young teenagers, as they too were noticeably few among the dead. And another grim difference was that in this attack, many of the dead were found without their arms and legs, while severed skulls were located separately, evidence of potential torture and human dismemberment. This could have also been a tradition for the attacking party, and showcased that different combatants had varying rituals. For example, in Asia, headhunting was particularly common. And another poignant case that further demonstrates this happens to be the largest known prehistoric mass grave, Herxheim, in Germany, and it occurred between 5,300 and 4,950 BC. But instead of a ravaged settlement, archaeologists actually believe they found a community that were the ravagers, having created at least 80 pits right outside their 15-acre large village that were essentially filled to the brim with victims, which so far is estimated to have exceeded 1,000 individuals, possibly up to 1,500, and ranged in age from newborns to elders. And if we account for the population difference between then and now, it would almost be like a city building a mass grave with over 800,000 corpses right outside their city walls. And nearly each one was processed in a similar way, with the native population dismembering and breaking bones, while also cleaving their skulls down the middle. In fact, so many skulls were cut and seemingly defleshed that researchers reckon that this community were skull cultists that used the heads in some ritual, and most likely ate pieces of them as well, with the brain being an especially prized part considering its fatty content. There are also signs that the tongues were often removed from the dead and that the bones were crushed for easy marrow extraction. And to sprinkle just a bit more queasiness into this, scientists further realized that there were less spongy bone elements than there should have been, and that certain bones, like the metapodials and hand phalanges, showed preferential biting. In other words, these guys had their favorite parts of the body to munch on. Plus, many of the bodies were cooked, with some even showing signs of having been spit roasted. And then,
Not in the giggity way.
it was all said and done, bones were processed into cups, other items, or turned into decorations, as some were found near or on spikes, where the entrance of the settlement was situated. Suffice to say, this was just about the worst group you could get caught by. But avoiding them might have been harder than you would think, because despite the lack of transportation back then, they still managed to wage war on a large scale, with many of their victims having come from vastly different cultures, some of which were only found 300 miles or 482 kilometers away. The dead also ranged in lifestyle, with some having isotopes demonstrating that they were hunter-gatherers, while others had been farmers. And then you also had victims that came from up in the mountains and those from the lowlands, which all points to the idea that Herxheim's natives were horrifically bloodthirsty people who managed to carry out successful raids that required not only tactics, but a certain level of logistics. And not to mention that while their settlement was large by a Neolithic standard, it was still significantly smaller than 1,000. And when I say 1,000, I mean less than 50 people. So impressive, in a very dark way. That being said, there are still some mysteries regarding this place. Like who exactly were the dead? Captives of war? Slaves? Or were some just unlucky travelers that got too close? Also, no one is really sure what happened to the natives of Herxheim, with some tests suggesting that the settlement was abandoned soon after the massacres took place, with a maximum settlement time of 50 years following the burials, leading people to wonder if another group came seeking retribution. So obviously, it's hard to argue against Herxheim as being the most gruesome site we know of, but such weird, specific brutality was not isolated to just this case, and many more instances are known of. Warriors that collected heads, you've got it. Groups that systematically broke and removed shins, yep, there was that
Oh, fuck.
too. Xenophobic groups that hunted down and mutilated newcomers, boom, done. And then finally, you even had fighters that buried people alive, because apparently that was a thing as well. In addition to a diverse range of brutality, there was also a lot of diversity when it came to the weapons themselves, and many kinds of blunt and sharp weapons were used in battles, such as adzes, spears, bows and arrows, axes, clubs, knives, scrapers, sickle and hoes, hammers, and the list goes on. And unfortunately for combatants, the level of armor back then did not match the innovativeness of their weapons, with no standard protection being known of, and fighters likely didn't wear much besides animal skin, woven cloth, and plant material. This all made living exceptionally difficult for anyone, but especially for men capable of fighting, and simply growing up was an accomplishment, with a level of violence resulting in a measly lifespan of between 20 and 33 years old, and thus tying it for first place for the time when modern humans died the youngest. And this is even accounting for infant mortality, as even if you made it to say 15, you'd still be expected to not make it past 33. And so with all this nightmare fuel considered, it really just leads to one simple question, which is, what the hell was going on? Why was everyone seemingly in a non-stop fight with everyone else? And sadly, there isn't one single clear answer to this, but there are a few different ideas. And ironically, one of the top hypotheses pins it off as humans flying too close to the sun. To be exact, not so long before the violence kicked off, humanity entered the Neolithic Revolution, also known as the First Agricultural Revolution. This period in history saw many human cultures transition from hunter-gatherers to settlers and farmers. This allowed for a boost in population and the ability to establish full-fledged settlements, which in turn led to progress in other areas as well. And this sounds great on paper, but this success also meant that humans could now better organize large battle-worthy groups, courtesy of said settlements, and had access to a wider range of weapons than ever before. Additionally, this shift provided humans with new reasons to kill that didn't really exist beforehand, as they now knew that settlements and farms equaled guaranteed loot, food, and women all in one place. Furthermore, by proximity alone, settlements might have been viewed as hostile by others, and potentially as existential threats, leading to the notion that all neighbors were bad news and had to go. Another more specific idea that tries to answer how the Y chromosome in particular was so obliterated beyond just the violence states that as the revolution was underway, societal structures reorganized, with more and more people forming patrilineal kin groups. Perhaps because trust was a rare commodity and it was easier to rely on those you were related to. And this resulted in unrestricted movement for women, but very much restricted for men. In other words, no outsiders allowed if you were a guy. This would have made the Y chromosome very vulnerable, and explains why it was so affected when these clans waged war against one another, and ultimately leading to the genetic bottleneck being very much one-sided. But like many ideas, there are those that disagree with this hypothesis, and instead actually propose a peaceful explanation to this. Now obviously, as the abundance of skeletons show, violence was quite prevalent at the time. But, in terms of the genetic bottleneck, one team of scientists thinks that patrilineal clans may have split up often through a peaceful process called lineal fission. Since these new clans were made up of closely related males, their Y chromosome lineages became more vulnerable to disappearing over time, especially due to environmental hardships. This led to a gradual drop in Y chromosome diversity, as some male lineages were very successful in surviving, and others slowly faded away. This was only further compounded by reproductive fitness, where some groups were much more successful, which led to more growing and splitting, only reinforcing their dominance, while others just couldn't keep up and eventually vanished. Of course, there is then the possibility that actually both of these ideas were on the right track, with peaceful and violent factors having worked together to bring the effective male population way down. Whatever the case, there's certainly no denying that something happened. And to this day, the legacy of this bottleneck remains, with certain populations still not being at the same diversity as pre-bottleneck levels. And if this had never happened, it's fair to say that things would be quite different. Still, our genetics overall have mostly recovered, and we don't kill everyone else on sight, so at least there's that improvement. Though it does lead to a second question, which is, how did all this potential bloodshed end? Well, it didn't, at least not in an absolute sense, because over time, from a pure numbers point, more people did end up dying in wars, especially thanks
It's still going on.
to new technology. It just so happens that we grew faster than we died, so things got relatively better. Then sometime later, as more complex societies were created and trade and diplomacy arose, things cooled off. However, when you look at the last 600 years, you can see that this cooling off was only very recently, as it was only in the last 100 or so that we really started to turn a new leaf, with the amount of conflicts starting each year being on a mostly downward spiral since World War II. And while it may be hard to believe these days, we do live in an extremely peaceful world compared to the one that used to be. And this is of course reflected in our very long lifespans, which is over 3 times that of the Neolithic ones. And while we certainly do have our very own problems, I for one am glad I don't have to worry about skull cults and shin takers anymore, at least for the most part. Thanks for watching, and until next time, on Extinct Zoo.
All right. How do you believe the oldest lie in nature Like Casual Geographic. Let's check it out.
This is not a dog, and that is not a laugh. If you're confused, you've fallen for the great hyena trap. Cursed by its own anatomy and victim of the typecast, hyenas have always been the Joker to the Batman of big cats. But how did hyenas happen? How did they evolve to that? How did the Serengeti get an uncanny, killer false laugh track? Here's everything you got wrong about them. Yes, including that. The ultimate predator profile for which no one asked. Hyenas aren't dogs. If you take one thing from this video, please let it be that. But they aren't cats either. That's another thing people say.
So what are they?
You give me 60 seconds, I'll make sure you never make that mistake again. Okay, so here you can see hyenas and dogs are on the complete opposite sides of order Carnivora. They're not even close to being related. Nature double dipping on the dog idea is just convergent evolution. Give enough animals the same test and eventually you'll get close to the same answers. Best example, New World and Old World vultures are nowhere near related. It's just that the concept of a flying garbage disposal was so
Yeah. If it works, it works. If it works on one side of the world, it works on the other side of the world sometimes.
nice. Nature did them twice. So yeah, hyenas are on the cat side of Carnivora, and suborder named Feliformia literally classifies them as cat-like predators. But saying hyenas are in the cat family is like saying walruses are in the dog family.
Not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same, puppy.
Hyenas aren't in the cat family, they are their own family, and Hyenaday's closest relative is the mongoose mafia. The same way the dog half of Carnivora has Napoleon complex crash outs in the raged weasels of mustelids, the cat half has mongooses like meerkats. And hyenas are essentially oppressive marathon running steroid meerkats. Take that meerkat fact, put it in your pocket, and hold on to it. We will get back to that. But yeah, hyenas are not dogs. Told you. Not to mention, they're more meerkat than real cat. And if you were today years old when you realized hyenas are nothing canine, well, that's just part of the personal bias you didn't know you had. Not only am I going to correct all the ways your childhood lied about hyenas, I'm going to make you like hyenas by the end of this video, and if you don't, feel free to unsubscribe. But first, let's talk about how hyenas got here, because that lore is just as important. Hyenas started as these small, non-imposing imitation civets that would have also climbed. They would have been like the cat version of raccoons. Eventually, nature would revoke their tree climbing privileges, but in return make them bigger and tankier. Then they went through an evolutionary divorce where the hyenas diverged between the even more dog-like hyenas and the famous bone-crushing hyenas. The dog hyenas didn't fare too well. They got their evolutionary chain snatched by actual canines. The only dog-like hyena left is the aardwolf. The bone crushers fared a lot better because their bite gave them access to food no one else had, as they were the only mammals that could chew through solid bone. Whether it was a zebra's lower jaw or a rhinoceros's kneecap, these scavengers on steroids could find calories in anything, even other animals' teeth. The bone crushers would diverge into the striped and brown hyena, but millions of years before, a different version already diverged. One that was so strong they realized, I don't have to wait for death, I can just deliver it. That was the spotted hyena, a scavenger build that got strong enough to murk its own prey. Basically, imagine a Tasmanian devil, but again on steroids. Same bone-crushing bite, just now inflicting it on the living. The evolutionary endgame is hyenas have arguably the strongest pound-for-pound bite force of any carnivoran. They even evolved a sagittal crest, which strengthens their bite, while also stopping the hyena from biting hard enough to break their skulls. It's the same head attachment gorillas have, and if you look at the top of his head, you'll see why gorillas bite hard enough to put daylight through you. Hyena jaws are so unfair that hyena poop often ends up being ashy, even chalky white, due to all the straight up bone they eat. An advantage for sure, but also probably how you fell for the hyena trap, so yeah, time to explain that title. But first, we're gonna play a game called Good Guy, Bad Guy. I promise there's no catch, I'm just proving a point. If you were writing a story and the good guy is water, what would the bad guy be? Fire. Okay, next, if your good guy is a small, smart mouse, then the bad guy would be a big, dumb cat. Last one. If your main character is a royal, brave, apex predator cat, then you expect the bad guy to be a lowly, cowardly, scavenging dog, or as Simba put it, slobbering, mangy, stupid pictures. Oh my stars, hard P in a Disney? Every story needs a hero, and every hero needs a foil. And with one of the biggest animated movies ever headlining a Lion King, you'd expect the bad guys to be everything he isn't. And so hyenas got typecast as the opposite. They're not even dogs, but what about all this other stuff? Well, that's the trap. Because every movie, show, and documentary had lions as the good guy, hyenas were the narrative negative by default. Basically, they only existed as the opposite of lions. That's probably why, at some point in your life, possibly 3 minutes ago, you thought they were dogs, because it only makes sense that the biggest enemy of a cat would be the furthest thing from one. That's not the only way hyenas got done dirty either. The most infamous sound associated with hyenas is a misunderstanding. The hyena laugh is one of the most bowel evacuating sounds on the savannah, and it's a nervous tick. Hyenas usually laugh when anxious or stressed, especially in social situations. Like, you'll usually hear it when a subordinate is being pressed by a higher rank, and the laugh even communicates the age and social status to further avoid a fight. But you especially hear it when hyenas are at a kill, especially around lions. And it was this image, these cackling canine marauders stealing from these noble, self-respecting lions, when really it's usually reversed. It's actually the burly, kill-jacking lion pirating the smaller hyena, who can only stress giggle about it. A study in the 1970s between the two apexes of the Serengeti found that when hyenas and lions appeared at the same carcass, 53% of the time, it was the hyenas that had done the work of hunting. In a series of 13 studies across 10 locations in Africa, hyenas lost about more than half of their kills to lions, compared to the about a third lions lost to hyenas. But before you pity the hyena, the same study also found that if you were to add up the sheer biomass they steal and get stolen from each other, hyenas don't take a big loss from lions. They actually end up getting similar amounts from each other. And that's cause with a garbage disposal for a mouth and trash compactor for a stomach, spotted hyenas could close the gap by scavenging off the bits the big cats left behind. With the most devastating bite of its carnivore in competition, only hyenas can turn a buffalo to a bloodstain and eat everything in between. The problem is, people saw hyenas and lions fighting for food that the hyenas were the ones to bring down, and then hyenas eating straight bone, and came to the conclusion that hyenas are just career thieving scavengers. Add the creepy cope chuckle and you had the perfect antagonistic plot device to a lion. That's no hate to lions, by the way. Honor is the name of a dead cat. If you're a 500-pound weapon and someone a quarter your size eats a steak in front of you, you act accordingly. Hyenas and lions have the most iconic rivalry in the animal kingdom. Let me know. Like the video if you want a video on that. That lore has layers. Part of it is a lion named He Who Greets Fire, a lion who murked so many hyenas, he was basically Lion King Vaughn. Ultimately, this rivalry is the best kind. Balanced, and what one side takes eventually evens itself out. Simba still had no business fixing his mouth to use that word, especially when talking about the most dominant predator in Africa. Lions are the top predator in that if all the ops of the savannah spawned at the same carcass, a prime male lion would eat first. The spotted hyena is number one in the sense that in parts of the savannah, hyenas are responsible for half of all animals killed. By population, they're the most successful predator in Africa, and up to 70% of a hyena's diet is something they took off the census themselves. In some places, that number can rise to as high as 95%. Completely going against the scavenger label. They also have a hunting success rate that would embarrass your favorite predator, and in terms of pack hunting, they dwarf the success of wolves. The only pack more efficient than hyenas are African wild dogs, and hyenas basically do what they do on steroids. The difference between the two apexes of Africa is lions run, hyenas chase. Spotted hyenas can tail prey at nearly 40 miles per hour and keep that pace for the length of a 5K, but there are records of hyenas chasing prey into exhaustion for nearly 15 miles. Basically, in an area code with lions, leopards, and wild dogs, you're more likely to get hunted down by a glorified mongoose, which is why the hyena's laugh isn't the scariest sound they make. If you hear a hyena whoop at night, you might not see the sun. The whoop can have a lot of uses, and the main one is to call for backup, and these whoops can be transmitted miles away. If you're a buffalo cornered by 4 hyenas and hear whooping, it can genuinely go from 4 to 40. Hyenas are marathon running gang mongooses, and I do mean gang. A normal wolf pack is just a mated pair with several generations of their kids. In comparison, hyena clans are matrilineal cliques built off brute force, alliances, and nepotism. To put it in perspective, a study was done on the 1,000 mammals most likely to kill their own kind, and the runaway winner were meerkats. And remember what I said, take it out your pocket, hyenas are giant pack hunting meerkats and their society can be just as oppressive. Hyena clans are famously female dominated, and as a male, it only gets worse when you get older. Males born to an alpha female can enjoy the fruits of nepotism, but as a male, once you're forced to join a new clan, you start at the very bottom. And by bottom I mean a female cub born 3 days ago instantly ranks over you and gets a place at the carcass before you do. And as a post-dispersal male, the only chance you have of moving up the ranks is if a male above you either dies or disappears. The hyena's female first hierarchy is the second most famous thing about them. It's why Shenzi was the leader. But the most famous thing? Yeah, we've gotten to that part. Look, we already know what's coming, but this is strictly for educational purposes. We're gonna be mature about this. That being said, viewer discretion is advised, and if you're watching with kids, it might just be their bedtime. Female hyenas have a pseudopenis, one that they have to give birth through, and yes, it is as graphically awful as you think it is. The process involves the pseudo violently splitting open, and 20% of first-time mothers die. Worse, 60% of firstborns suffocate to death before technically starting life. How did hyenas get here? We used to think female hyenas had more testosterone in their blood to explain the aggressiveness, but it turns out females tested at lower levels than males. That's because it's actually what happens in the womb. As cubs inside the womb, unborn hyenas get flushed with androgen sex hormones, specifically androstenedione. This exposure heavily masculinizes the female cub and basically gives them roid rage, with proof that high-ranking mothers go on to have equally aggressive children. Those doses of hormones are why hyenas will attempt to kill their siblings fresh out the womb. This isn't play fighting, they're genuinely trying to take each other's heads off. Especially the girls, because offing your sister just means one less rung to climb on the social ladder. Hyenas are also born with their eyes open and a full functional set of teeth, and the literal on-site sibling rivalry means a quarter of all hyena cubs born never make it out the den. That testosterone flush also masculinizes their genitals, as the female cub's clitoris morphs into an imitation male organ, one they have to pee, give birth, and mate through. You might ask why evolution would allow this, and that's when you gotta remember, evolution isn't survival of the fittest. It's survival of just being good enough to not die out. There are plenty of examples of evolution heavily handicapping animals. Even the lion's most famous feature can make him less fertile. But as long as it doesn't doom the species, evolution will remain Ray Charles to it. Hyenas don't have a pseudo because it's an advantage, but because it wasn't enough of a disadvantage to completely discontinue them. But that doesn't mean they don't find a way to use them. The very concept of hyenas mating means it is impossible for a male to mount a female without the female's consent, giving females a 100% say in who she gets with. Hyenas also use the pseudo situation to resolve conflict, and in hyena society, a private standing at attention is actually a sign of submissiveness, so a lower rank can wave the white flag by flashing her pink one. There's also the theory that in a female-dominated society, a false member helps female cubs avoid violence and bullying from older ranks by masking the female cub as male. I still don't think that's worth risking going back into Earth just to give birth, but reminder, if it doesn't kill you, evolution could care less about it, and the Babarusa can continue to get lobotomized by that reality. That reality is the pseudo is actually a symptom of androstenedione, and the reason for that is evolution favored more aggressive hyenas that could defend their cubs and their place at the dinner table. That being said, hyena society doesn't run on violence. There's actually an interesting level of social engineering. Hyenas are way more socially intelligent than they get credit for. For example, hyenas have an alarm call to warn the clan of lions or other hyenas. But if a low-ranking mother sees her cub being pushed around, she'll make a false call just to get the heat off her kid. Hyenas also seem to understand social engineering. The best way I've seen it described is hyena A knows how hyena B feels about hyena C, and will use that to her advantage. You don't really see that kind of social manipulation with wolves, making hyenas a lot more like mongoose chimp hybrids. And speaking of chimps,
that's scary.
Hyenas actually outperform them in cooperative problem-solving puzzles. That doesn't mean they're smarter, but it's possible hyenas are more
it means they're more capable of working together, which is scary.
Hardwired to use teamwork. It makes sense when you look at a hyena clan. You can have up to 80 members, each with a clearly defined spot in the hierarchy. Cubs inherit their mother's rank, which is actually how you can end up with a male leading a clan through the power of nepotism. Unless they leave, because again, non-native males start as the dirt under the social ladder. So you think this system's pretty set in stone, and for the most part it is, but as a hyena, you can actually finesse your way pretty high up if you're smart enough, because it's actually not how strong or tough you are. As a hyena, it's
who you know.
All about who your friends are. And nobody proved that point better than Waffles. Oh, I love this story. Okay, so Waffles was a female hyena at the very bottom of her clan. As a bottomer, you get the scraps the others leave behind. You're constantly getting pressed by your superiors, but worst of all, as a low rank, any cubs Waffles would have would be at immediate risk of getting murked by a higher rank. Clearly this is no way to live, but the question you should be asking yourself is WWD. What would Waffles do? You can't really unlock the answer without getting into just what a hyena clan is. So let's get into it. Obviously you have the alpha female, and all her cubs who inherit her rank. If her cubs have cubs, they'll rank right under them. This whole block would be called a matrilineal group, and a hyena clan is made of multiple matrilineals. Hyena nepotism means the weakest member of the strongest matrilineal group ranks over the strongest member of the second strongest group. And remember, if you're a male, you get to enjoy that nepotism so long as you're born into the right group. until you have to find a new clan, which they might choose not to do because, again, any new males join at the very bottom of the hierarchy, with the only chance of any upward mobility being after a superior male dies or disperses. But it's normally a highly rigid system with very little chance of promotion, unless you're Waffles. Because lower ranks can challenge higher ranks for their status, and those challenges aren't what you think they are, because hyenas are good at math. Instead of ripping each other apart and possibly putting both hyenas out of commission, a challenge looks more like a lower rank posturing and confronting a higher rank.
It's like a duel, right? And not every duel is to the death. Sometimes it was just, alright, we swing swords until one person draws blood. You get a little fucking, okay, well, I touched you with my sword first, I win.
With her social network of friends behind her. If the challenged senses that the challenger has managed to rally more support than she can match, she'll often just submit.
Wait, it's like an election?
And surrender her rank, allowing the challenger to move up. And that's what Waffles did. Biologist Eli Strauss and Kay Holtkamp watched her systematically befriend fellow bottomers, creating alliances and buffing her social cachet. And when it became time for her to confront her superiors, Waffles' social game meant that she was able to win the match without actually having to throw down. Waffles wasn't the strongest, and definitely not the meanest, but by using the power of friendship, she rapidly rose up the rigid hyena ranks, until she eventually managed to overthrow the clan's matriarch. In the course of just 1 year, Waffles went from a bottom feeder to the leader of the clan, and most importantly, she had earned her future cubs an infinitely better
That's like some Grand Theft Auto crime boss type shit.
Chance at life. But then something interesting happened. Even as the new matriarch, Waffles never forgot her day ones and was exceptionally friendly with the bottom tiers of the clan. Maybe her soft spot for low ranks was from her time as one. She'd do things like share food, help groom, and at one point she even shared a den with a lower rank. And let me remind you that another matriarch would have murked the subordinates' cubs. Yet Waffles was sharing a crib with them. In fact, Waffles' best friend would actually be the second lowest rank in the clan, making Waffles even more of an anomaly. Waffles went from a peasant with no prospects to a leader with a
That's nice. She didn't forget where she came from. Based Waffles.
legacy. A legacy of syrup. Because obviously with a name like Waffles, your children are going to have names like Aunt Jemima, Mrs. Buttersworth, Log Cabin, Hungry Jack. Of course, nothing worth having is easy to keep, and after several years as leader, Waffles was slowly dethroned in the Syrup Rebellion. But the hyena that took the reins was Waffles' granddaughter, Soup, ensuring that the Syrup lineage remains at the top of the North Clan. It also means Waffles' descendants get a much better start to life than she ever did, and as a hyena and a mother, that's all she ever wanted. And on that note, that's gonna do it for this video, except for one thing, and I'm just gonna apologize right now. Yeah, it's a thirst trap, but it's a thirst trap for turtles. My birthday just passed, you can still wish me a happy one, but in an exercise of free will, I figured I could just get 2 birds with 1 stone. I could post a picture that, like, let's be real, I was gonna post anyway. I average like 2.3 thirst traps a year, but also help turtles in the process. So I set up 3 GoFundMes for 3 turtle organizations I believe in. Sea Turtle Conservancy is the world's oldest sea turtle research group, and its work in Totoguero, Costa Rica, shout out to Costa Rica, is the longest running sea turtle project on Earth. Sea Turtle Recovery is the only long-term rehabilitation facility for sea turtles in my home state of New Jersey. And Turtle Survival Alliance is the gold standard for the conservation of turtles and tortoises. Link will be in the description if you'd like to donate to any of these. I've already given $500 to each, but I will add an additional $5,000 to whichever fundraiser raises the most. This isn't sponsored, by the way. Again, it's just free will, so please excuse the shameless engagement bait and that forehead, and help me save some turtles. But that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother. May you win every hyena debate from now on. Hug your father, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
I just got fired on my first day of my brand new job.
Feminist gets fired seconds after posting this TikTok by Yinka that guy. Let's check it out.
I just got fired on my first day of my brand new job. I woke up this morning feeling so motivated. I wanted to be a corporate baddie and do the cute office siren trend. I put on my outfit and I looked in the mirror and I was like, dang girl, this is it. This is power. This is success. This is corporate America. I walk into the office feeling fly as hell, and my new boss calls me over and I'm thinking, okay, we're gonna get introductions. She looks me in the eye and she says, what are you wearing? That shirt is completely inappropriate. This is what I was wearing. What is inappropriate about this? I have pants on.
This is the level of entitlement feminists have towards everything. They think they can wear whatever they want, even though they're not the boss of their job. But outfit. As long as they feel good in what they're wearing, they should be allowed to wear it, and you shouldn't be able to do anything about it. She basically wore a suit jacket with nothing underneath, and she thinks it's appropriate because, hey, feminism.
Womp womp.
Of course, it's the fact that she hated the job. It's not the fact that they fired her because she decided to be a stupid person, record herself posting all of her clothes online. It's not her fault, it's their fault, and she never actually wanted to work there in the first place. They're never wrong. Feminists can never do anything wrong. They're always right in their own stories.
Filming?
Yeah.
We have a no filming policy here.
I'm a TikToker.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. And is that an Apple device?
I mean, of course I'm not using an Android right now.
Did you not see the sign up front? It says no iPhones.
Excuse me, I'm literally giving you a free promo.
No,
Can you stop interrupting my... Literally, I opened the egg, and I was supposed to do it in an aesthetic way. You're ruining my shot. Can you just leave me alone?
But ma'am, there's literally a no filming policy here. And a no iPhone policy. And if you had bothered to read, like the other guests, if you had bothered to read the sign when you came in, you would know that.
You're really, like, being really mean, and I don't want to, like, say any bad things, but I can speak to your manager, but I'm not going to stop my video. Are you serious right now?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but...
The server sent me over because she was too afraid to say something to you because of the scowl in her face.
Are you serious right now?
I could not be more serious.
Why would you say that to me right now? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to stop filming and I'm not leaving.
I don't know if it was just me, but there's
The entitlement. Holy fuck, bro.
seems to be something fake about this whole interaction, and it didn't seem genuine. But if it is the case that it is real, and there are situations like this and scenarios like this that actually happen, why do all of these feminists and women feel the need to continuously record themselves doing things 24/7? I also didn't understand the policy of not allowing iPhones, but you're allowed Androids. I didn't really get that. It made no sense. But yeah, if they really cared about you reviewing their food, I'm sure they would have allowed you to record in their place. So yeah, you saying you're gonna still do it anyway, once again, just goes to show how entitled these feminists think they really are. Before we get back into the video, if you guys have enjoyed the video thus far, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and hit the bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. And let us get back into the video.
Wear something kind of ridiculous, and we're gonna try to get approval from the HR rep that is here today, who's a male. I did bring like a little like blazer.
What is
cover
this?
up to like class it up. There's the HR violation fit. Sorry, Ezra's not here today. She keeps like writing me up for my outfits, but since you're here, is this okay? Like, is this?
Oh yeah, you look great.
Are you
do a spin?
Do a spin?
Our fob HR girl is back today. She's gonna love this one. Someone sent her the article, apparently. Here we go.
Okay, hello. Hi, thanks for coming in. I just got out of a meeting with the CEO and he wanted me to apologize to you because what you were wearing after second review was appropriate. However, now that you're here, can we please discuss what you're wearing today?
What's wrong with it?
It's pushing it, like really pushing it.
It's like specifically.
There's a lot of...
Guys, it happened again. I'm getting sent home for my outfit.
Never in my life did I think I'll see a day where people complain about the uniform that they have to wear to work, while they were also the people who signed up to work in that specific place. If you really didn't like the outfits that you have to wear, you could have chose somewhere else, like the strip club.
I've had an email from a lady in HR about my dress attire for work. Apparently it's inappropriate. I don't think it's too bad.
Hi Matt, can I have a quick chat? Are you free? Okay, basically, I had an email from Paula this morning basically saying she's not happy with what I'm wearing to work. It's like distracting.
What was she referring to?
I mean, like this dress was like an example.
I think it's appropriate work attire.
Okay, well that's the main issue, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so today is the day. I've got my meeting with Paula, help me. So I'm basically in a blazer, so she can't be mad. Or can she? It is low cut. Who cares? Let's see what she says.
Why?
I must admit, I'm slightly disappointed seeing how you're dressed today.
Okay.
Following on from the email.
I did speak to Matt and he said there was no issue.
Right, well, I haven't spoken to Matt. Really, I don't think he was in a position to say what he did. We do need to address this issue because we are having comments from other members of staff.
I don't think that's my fault if I'm distracting other members of staff. That's not on me, Paula. That's kind of on them.
The comments I've had that you're begging attention.
Okay. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, noted.
Are you going to do anything differently?
Sure, guess I will go shopping this weekend. Thank you very much.
Women like this want to find something to complain about. You don't have jobs, you complain about it. You get jobs, you complain about it. They tell you to wear specific things, you complain about it. They want to change the entirety of everything and they'll complain their way to try and change everything. As I've said, if you want to be an OF model, as they call them, or if you want to be a stripper, you can go and do that. But don't start complaining when you chose a place to work at and you're not the boss of that place. Or maybe you can just go and make your own job and then you can wear whatever you want there. But don't go and choose a specific place and then complain about the attire that you have to wear.
And to the lady that told me to put another bill on him, I put another bill on that man, and now he's not answering my phone calls.
I bet you won't take her advice again.
For those of you who can't see the captions, she's dancing in an elementary school. Yes, an elementary school. Why she feels the need to record herself doing this, we'll never know.
Y'all, why does goes to say, as of today, you no longer work at the school, you have been terminated. Nice. In my head, I'm like, well, what the I do? I ain't did. I've been doing my job, right? Like, what did I do? Y'all, these people fired me for TikTok. I kid you not. I kid you not. I kid you not. I can't wait to get my paperwork so I can show y'all. These people fired me for TikToks. Because kids know me on TikTok. Never gave none of these kids my TikTok name. None of that. I got fired from my job as of today, of Valentine's Day of 2025.
Good.
For TikToks. So now here I am.
Just by the way you speak, I don't even know how you got a job in the first place, but no, it wasn't just for TikToks. It was the fact that you decided to do some very inappropriate dances, understanding that the kids will also see it. But of course, as usual with people like this, they don't care about anybody else except for themselves. But as a wise man once said,
see, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
This Orange County Sheriff's deputy has been punished for videos she posted on TikTok. Yet, despite the punishment, she continues to create new videos while wearing her uniform.
Orange County Deputy Shelby Abramson received a 3-week suspension after investigators say she violated agency policy while posting videos on TikTok.
So when you're looking at my belt, I have a taser and I have a gun. Only one gun, honey.
Abramson has been creating TikTok videos of herself in uniform since shortly after she was hired by the agency less than 2 years ago. Those TikTok videos have earned her 80,000 followers. According to this internal report, although most of the videos Deputy Abramson posted were benign, some of the audio tracks contained foul language and sexually explicit lyrics. The school resource officer deleted this video after News 6 first reported about it, telling investigators she screwed up and shouldn't have posted that one. Besides placing the sheriff's office in disrepute, investigators say the deputy disobeyed her supervisor by continuing to create TikTok videos while on duty, despite being ordered to stop.
So we're going to do some squad talks with Shelby.
Abramson defended her TikTok videos to investigators, saying her motive was the humanizing of the badge, that we're not just this bad guy behind a gun.
What provokes you to be such a stupid person to make a video like this or make multiple videos while you're in uniform? Stupid. While I was working a 9 to 5, I understood that while I was working and I had my uniform on, if I did anything with that uniform on, it comes back to the company. But these people seem seem to be so clueless that you think you can make TikToks that can go to hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people, and you're doing it all in your uniform. Worst of all, you're a police officer and you are showing them where your weapons were, which would make it easier for people you would come across to disable you, even though you more than likely were already incompetent in the first place. Yeah, it was more than likely you did something stupid.
When the price of eggs is rising so much, people are selling cartons of eggs on the corner like a and you are so thirsty to wear a tube top and a mini skirt that you would allow yourself to get fired from a job that would pay you $200,000+ a year because you want to do the office siren trend at the job, because you wanted to be a corporate baddie. People are out here sending off thousands of resumes, going through 5 or 6 rounds of interviewing just to find out that they didn't get the job at all. We couldn't save that outfit for after work. We couldn't save that for a girls' night. We couldn't save that for happy hour. This is what happens when you get the right thing at the wrong time. If you get that blessing before you're ready to receive it, you're gonna blow it. You did all that for likes and views. What about utilities and rent? This reminds me of the girl that went viral last year for showing up for a job interview in some pom-pom shorts. She thought because she put a cardigan on over it, that wouldn't show off the fact that, girl, you still had your yams out. At some point, some of you need to realize that TikTok is not a real place, that there is nothing that should come between you and your money, because what is the point of doing all the trends if you end up having to do it in a cardboard box because you done lost your job?
Everything the woman in this video was saying was facts, but you know, you can't blame them. It's all the patriarchy's fault. The patriarchy is what made them wear the dresses that they were wearing or the inappropriate outfits that they were wearing. It wasn't them. It wasn't their mind. It wasn't their own bodily autonomy. It was the patriarchy.
All the trends
because of
them having to do it in a cardboard box because you done lost your job.
I just lost a potential job because of my social media. Let's talk about it. Several hours later, she finally calls me and she tells me, we're gonna go with someone else and I just wanted to call and tell you why. I'm like, okay, cool, what's the problem? And she tells me that they do extensive research on all of their staff members and that they came across my social media and that I did not provide the level of professionalism in my social media that they are expecting in the office. My personal social media does not live up to their professional standards for this job. She proceeds to say that she doesn't need the clients coming in and out of the office and seeing me in a certain light. And the only thing that I could think of, I went back a year on both my TikTok and my Instagram, and the only thing that I could think of was that I posted my boudoir photo shoot from back in January and November. Me posting an expression of accepting my body as it was and the beauty of my body, and fully clothed, mind you, and probably more clothed than most people in their bikini summer shoots, was probably what lost me this job. No, it's my self-expression. I've since taken those photos down just in case that is it and other future employers are turned off by that, but like honestly, who wants to work for somebody who's going to dictate what you do in your personal life?
You seriously could not make any of this up. The lack of accountability from all the people in these videos are hilarious. Why is in today's world, when it comes to a lot of women, their way of expressing themselves always seems to be you have to dress half naked and get naked? You do know you can show your self-love and keep it in your camera roll. If you really loved yourself, you wouldn't need the approval of other people, but of course you do. You need the validation from other people, and you can only get that when you're half naked, which shows a lot about yourself. But of course, if your job finds out that you look like a prostitute, all of a sudden they're the issue, not you.
The thing that men want from us is our light, our energy, our soul. Because if you think about it, they want is to drain us of our energy, of our light. They want to absorb us. They don't so much care about our body as they do our soul.
So you mean to tell me that this woman now is saying that men don't want your bodies anymore? No, we don't just want to crack and just dash. She's saying men want women's souls?
Apparently.
So now we on some Shang Tsung type. What the are y'all talking about, buddy? The argument just gets dumber and dumber and dumber. What's next? What's next? You know what I'm saying? I am astounded at the buffoonery that these type of broads come up with, and they be dead serious.
The Undertaker theme song in the background puts the icing on the cake because she was just speaking just to speak. She didn't know what she was saying, but a lot of people think she was saying something that made sense.
Just got back from a job interview and I thought it was going really well, and I really liked the look of the company, and it would be like my first job since uni. Yeah, I was really looking forward to it. They were a bit weird in the interview, but I was like, yeah, it's formal, isn't it? It's a job interview, whatever. In the end, basically, he implied that maybe I wouldn't get the job because of what I was wearing. And I was like, it's 2024, we can wear what we want. And also I googled what to wear for a job interview because I've only ever had like hospitality interviews before, and that's like a trial shift and stuff. So I googled it and I bought a new outfit, spent money on it. But yeah, I'll show you. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with, I spent money on this? I was like, smart skirt, smart top. It's like, yeah. Said it wasn't appropriate. Appropriate? It's 2024. I think people can wear what they want now, and I thought I looked really smart. I thought I looked really presentable, but no, I don't understand.
Yeah, you can wear whatever you want. As a matter of fact, you know what? You can go there with a bikini, in lingerie even. You can do that. But they don't have to accept you. If you want to do what you want to do, you can go ahead and do that. But don't expect people to take you on, because remember your words, it's 2024, 2026 now, and you can do whatever you want to do. Just like they can do whatever they want to do, and they did exactly that, which was not hiring you. Good job, and yay, feminism.
How are you?
Doing well, how are you?
Good. I'm trying to ask men, why are you like this?
What the is that supposed to mean?
You don't like that? Question? It just means like, why are men the way they are?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Why are you the way you are?
Well, a lot of things, because...
Okay, well, I'm a lot of things too.
Why does that upset you?
You think I'm upset?
Seem irritated.
You seem irritated. Is it a joke?
Yeah, it's supposed to be fun and lighthearted.
I think that was a statement. I didn't think it was a joke.
No. I don't know why you're getting defensive.
I'm not getting defensive. Are you getting defensive?
You seem very angry.
Stupid bitch.
Cool. What's next?
What's the manliest thing about you?
What's the girliest thing about you?
Probably my hair.
So you're assuming that I'm a man? Is that where we're going with this?
Are you?
Are you a female?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, they stole my idea.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Things at GameStop that don't make sense. She can show her, but I can't even show my shoulders. The game side of the store. The rest of the store. Why are there so many t-shirts? Who are we competing with for shirts? Do you know what I've never sold? Any of these. Or any of these. But they just keep sending them. And finally, welcome to Funko Hell. As you can see, it's in a circle. And there's always more giant Funkos in the back.
So I got fired from GameStop for TikTok. For my TikTok.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my god, I'm dying. And there's this white lady, this white HR
What a surprise.
lady. She's like, do you have any idea why we want to talk to you? And I'm like,
Who would have thought?
no. And I'm like, but I'm scared. She goes, oh, you should be scared. And then she's like, do you do anything at work? I'm like, I make TikToks. She's like, oh, and blah, 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 blah. I'll get to this in a second. Basically, don't be scared, but you're fired.
Good.
Basically, they didn't like that I was disparaging certain products, like calling things stupid. They didn't like that I was making fun of certain customers, and they didn't like that I showed the safe in one video a bit back with stickers. Apparently that's a safety hazard. Oh, I was curious if I could get fired for TikTok, and
there is no way people are this stupid, but they genuinely are. I would have thought it's common knowledge for you
Yeah, they are that stupid.
To not only number one record while you're at work, but then number two record and insult the very workplace that you're working at. You have to be a stupid individual to say all of the things and do what she did. I'm very surprised she doesn't have a bullnose ring piercing, because the level of stupidity I just saw here was amazing.
I need you to turn your keys in. And
I'll be there tomorrow, because that's crazy.
This TikToker filmed herself getting fired, and it went viral for all the wrong reasons.
On 7/28, you clocked in at 6:21.
21 minutes.
Yeah, but you know they're waiting on you to be there, clocked in and ready to work at 6.
Okay.
Her video gained intense reactions over the way she spoke to her manager.
21 minutes.
Yes, that's 21 minutes of company time. Also, on 8/8, you clocked in at 6:32.
That was it. Okay, so I let my cousin use my car the night before, and he didn't bring it. He overslept or something. He didn't bring it back till the morning. So, like, I still made it, though.
Literally, like, 9 days after we talked.
Yeah, just when I was having hope for our generation, it seems like we're totally cooked, because there is no way these people are real people. I genuinely believe all of this is fake. But then at the same time, I'm really not surprised, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're real situations, because it's insane.
All right. Put on some music. I'll be back in a little bit with some gaming. All right. Okay. Let me look up the guide real quick. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Oh shit! Alright, we did it without the guide. Nice. Okay, what the fuck is wrong with me? Oh shit, they're building the bridge. Let's go. Unmute test. Mute test. All right, we're back. Oh no! You stupid slut. Okay, cool. One second. little break. Yay! Alright, let's go. Dope. Oops. Hold these nuts. If I die, I'm just... Bro, I don't even have that much more time. It took so long to get into this dungeon, I'm fucking burnt out already. I'm going to sign off. I'll see you guys when I see you guys. Which probably means Friday.